I want to go into a discussion tonight that to the confused individual might seem to be about dating, but I assure you it is not. I'm talking about the people who've been capitalizing on it, the dating app makers. Well, welcome to the dating app-pocalypse, because that's exactly where it is, because that's the only place that it could have ended up at. Probably one of the worst offenders in this regard has been Bumble. Bumble was set up by this man-hating feminist who, in her psychopathic selfishness, told herself that she could set up a website that, even though understanding the business model is powered by men, because men are the ones who spend dollars on these apps, just like ladies' night at the club, they call it ladies' night, and yet the men is inversely labeled because the men are what finance ladies' night. They call it ladies' night, but it's not. It's meant to say something to the women, but everyone understands it's for the purpose of attracting even more men. Everything is for the purpose of bringing in more men. When it comes to these dating apps, those are your customer base. And yet, they've been telling themselves they could bully people because, well, the men are just going to show up no matter what. That's what they were thinking. It doesn't get much more narcissistic than that. That you actually hate your customer base. Well, the idea was that if they make it a, quote, welcoming place where the women are in power, then that would bring in more women, and be simply based on the fact that there are more women, then that will automatically lead to an increase of more men showing up. And what they're finding out is that actually, if the men are not respected and if the men are not comfortable, they stop showing up. They stop coming. They'll stop spending, and they'll stop even downloading your app. And I've been watching as this has unfolded. I've been watching them flail around like a fish on the beach. It has been gruesome, but it has also been quite entertaining to watch. You already knew that there was blood in the water when folks around the country started seeing this. They wouldn't grab some chick who has a lot of vibe to Amber Rose, and yet there's the billboard sitting right there in front of you, and in Los Angeles, letting you know where they're targeting. But they're not talking to the men. They're talking to the women. Because, hey, ladies, y'all are messing up our business model. If you're not giving the men any play, the men stop downloading the app and they stop spending. So this is meant to be a low-key way of saying, hey, ladies, y'all need to get out here and start busting it. The fellas are not happy. They're not spending. So it's meant to shame them and say, hey, celibacy is not the answer. What are you chicks doing? It is meant to make the women more comfortable throwing it. It doesn't say loneliness is not the answer. It says a vow of celibacy is not the answer. And to show you that that's exactly what the hell they meant, they came back again with another billboard here. Here the chick is with the guy. She's behind him. A vow of celibacy is not the answer. Okay. Didn't say relationships. It didn't say marriage. It didn't say, being a bachelorette is not the answer. It didn't say that. It says a vow of celibacy. And just in case you didn't get the point, here was another billboard from them. Thou shalt not give up on dating and become a nun. What? Uh-huh. That's none too subtle right there now, is it? So what is it telling you? Hey, ladies, You are not being sexually active enough. You are not mingling with the men enough. Y'all messing up the business plan. Yeah. Female feminism, empowerment, all that mess. Empower yourself over here and find a dude to lay up with because you all are messing up the business plan. Do you realize how much these billboards in Los Angeles cost? I know. I've bought many billboards in Los Angeles to promote my documentary films. By the way, 8 a.m., we're having the crowdfunding for that as well. But I've bought billboards in Los Angeles, so I can, not no little ones either, so I can tell you what those things cost. Depending on where you are, it can be as low as $8,000. It can be as much as $45,000. Depending on where it is. Good luck getting something off the freeway. But what these folks did here is they're letting you know there is a problem. Now, if you'll recall here, you take a look at this, and that's discussing Bumble having some layoffs. And that was back in February. Now, there's the real point I want to make to you. This article here about Bumble and layoffs is from back in February. These billboards are from May. Last month. Yeah, they're getting into financial trouble. They got to lay folk off. They start advertising, and they start advertising not to the men, but to the women. That after all this engineering that you're going to make this feminist website and the women are going to be in charge and in control. And what you found out is that's not what they're interested in. At the top of the chat room, by the way, you all can see I put up a poll at the top of the chat room, not a stripper poll. I put up a poll at the top of the chat room asking, why are men giving up on dating apps? As you all can see right now, the 4 different answers they were given. Are the apps too expensive? That's only 9%. Don't like the women's looks. That's only 9%. 33% have said that you're unhappy with how men are being treated. And then 49% say that you don't like the women's attitudes. So let me get this straight. The apps are not too expensive. And the issue isn't that the women don't look good enough or how the women look. That's not the biggest problem that the men tonight have registered. Or the people tonight. I'm sure there's a few girls who got up in there. Why would you? Don't know. Most of you say that it's because of the women's attitudes. And then the second highest number is because you don't like how men are being treated. Well, you might actually be able to group that in with the attitude thing, by the way. So it is about people's behavior. It's about the behavior. You're unhappy with the behavior that you meet when you go there. Now, if you're Bumble or any other app, you're going to be hard pressed to sit up here and tell the women that the problem is their behavior because you'd be calling them out on their garbage, and that might not work. That might not work. So, yikes. They're having trouble over there, and the trouble is only going to get worse. The trouble is only going to get worse because when you go around to other apps, oh boy, folks, this is the App-pocalypse. Now you have a bunch of females sitting up here yelling and screaming about Hinge. They are becoming unhinged on Hinge. What? We got bars. I want to spend a little bit of time to examine this one. And people, by the way, do not be deceived. We are not discussing dating. We're discussing power dynamics. If you all agree that these apps overplayed their hand and all they've really done is spend a lot of money creating an environment that their target customer, the men, don't want to be on because the men are feel disrespected on these apps. Give me the green check mark emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over 1,300 people in here live in just the first 10 minutes. But by the way, if you feel that these folks who run these apps, they spent and probably wasted a lot of money creating apps that instead of respecting the men, they created apps that are specifically intended to exploit and disrespect men. And they figured that men would just be so desperate they continue paying for it, even if they're being disrespected. And that now they've just kind of overplayed their hands. Give me the green check mark emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. Or if you don't like tonight's program, we'll go ahead and shut it down a little bit early. That's fine too. But I thought this would be something for us to examine here as you're seeing that it's hitting folks in the pocket. It's hitting them in the pocketbook. You're doing these things, and what was that, Bumble want to have an IPO, or did they have one? And soon as you do that, I'll be damned, here comes the rug pull. They're saying that they lay off 30% of its staff and look to do some reinvention of the app. And this was the reinvention that they're referring to tell the ladies, hey, y'all hoes are messing things up. Did he say hoes? I sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
They are sitting up here clamping down on the females and saying, ladies, y'all are bad for business. Y'all are bad for business. Who wants to hang out in a lame ass club? So now you got some women who've gone around and they're claiming that they don't like what's happening on Hinge. They are displeased and unthrilled with it because these have a group of black women who claim that Hinge is burying their profiles on the dating app. That's what they think is going on. Well, I did take a look at their video. And I want us to take a look at that because I'm like, by the way, y'all just don't get it. Or maybe the real issue is that you do get it, but because reality and the truth are not convenient for you, you're going to pretend like you don't actually understand what the problem really is. So you had the Shade Room and they did a video about this. I'm not going to play the entire thing, but there were some key points I wanted us to take a look at here.
Not all milkshakes.
And I was like, what?
Are bringing quality boys to the yard. Outrage on TikTok.
Okay. So right from the beginning, you see that not all milkshakes bring quality boys, by the way, to the yard. So to work at the Shade Room, you have to have animosity towards heterosexual men. So you take a look on here, and the first thing, and I'm going to try to be as diplomatic about this as I can. Most of the women who are complaining, I'm like, okay. I mean, there's probably a sad sack out there somewhere who'll devote himself. All right, fine. The first thing they do is they come out the gate, all kinds of wrong and hostile. And then you take a look at the women who are complaining. Most of them, it's like, they got some work to do before they can complain, but it didn't stop them, so all right.
Hinge is not for black women.
Very loudly not choosing us.
Black women calling out the dating app Hinge for putting their profiles at the bottom of the dating pool. It led some of them to change their settings as white women in the app.
Like, it was literally night and day.
And suddenly the caliber of men changed.
That's disappointing.
So the Shade Room had some single men put the theory to the test. What type of women does the app feed them most?
But when you first brought it to me, I was shocked.
Are black women harder to get versus white women?
Let's talk about it.
I'm Justin Carter. This is TSR Investigates.
Let's talk about it indeed. So they're going to try to explain that to you here. And when you get off into the nuts and the bolts of it, it doesn't go terribly well. It really, really doesn't.
doctors, executives, lawyers, all settings from black to white on Hinge to see if the crop of men changed, and it did significantly. Suddenly, what they had to choose from, doctors, executives, lawyers, all in their timeline. So we wanted to know, is this an algorithm problem or is this a preference problem with men on these dating apps?
In general, dating is trash.
But it really shouldn't be for Brittany Kiles. The 27-year-old television personality from Chicago, she admits that she doesn't have a problem attracting men. It's attracting the right men for her.
So first of all, you take a look here and television personality from Chicago. So I don't know what she does up there in Chicago. I do know that she wants everyone to see her BBL.
Chicago, she admits that she doesn't have a problem.
So this is how she presents herself, and what she's complaining is about the quality of men. Now, the guy who did this thing, Shade Room, they didn't say anything about this, by the way. She's complaining about the quality of men that she's getting responses from. And yet I'm like, by the way, yeah, oblivious, this is how you're presenting yourself. What kind of man are you thinking is that this is what he's going to respond to? Exactly who is the audience? Exactly who is the audience?
Attracting men, it's attracting the right men for her.
Someone who has commitment issues, or they're manipulative, or they ghost you.
Now, folks, I want you to remember what she just said right there. She's talking about the things that are pet peeves for her, which she has a problem with. And I want you to listen to what she just said one more time.
For her.
Someone who has commitment issues, or they're manipulative, or they...
Someone who is manipulative. Keep that one in mind. Where there will be a review, there will be a test.
Ghost you.
It's the kind of men she's been matching with on Hinge lately. She's been on and off the dating app for a few years now and was shocked when she saw what black women were saying about Hinge on social media.
It's a black man in my comments who said when he has his profile open and he wants to date black women, he's open to everybody. But he says he has to unlike so many, he has to X out so many non-black women just to get to black women. It's systemic.
Am I the only one who saw the video of the young black woman who changed her race on Hinge to get different matches?
Change your race to white or Asian, but...
Are these two sisters?
Race on Hinge to get different matches?
Change your...
Because this one here has her filters all the way on.
Anyone who saw the video of the young black woman.
She got her filters all the way on, to the point you can't even make out the contours of their faces. And then this other chick
changed her race on Hinge to get different matches.
Change your...
Okay. I mean, there's just so much going on. They sisters here, there's just so much going on. There's just so much to comment on here.
Your race to white or Asian, but hide it so when a man sees it.
She said it was experimental and it was just to test out the algorithm.
Like, I'm not gonna do that. If I do, these are men that are seeking and have a preference for white women.
Now, you all see the way in which they edited this video and crashed their comments together, right? You see how they edited this video and jumbled their comments together, because this is the impression that they wanted to leave you with. I'm going to play the three of them again, and four of them. I want you to see the impression you're supposed to be walking away with, particularly for Miss Television Personality from Chicago.
It's systemic.
Am I the only one who saw the video of the young black woman who changed her race on Hinge to get different matches?
Change your race to white or Asian, but hide it so when a man sees it.
She said it was experimental and it was just to test out the algorithm.
Like, I'm not gonna do that. If I do, these are men that are seeking and have a preference for white women.
So you heard all those comments there, and then it ends with a clip of her saying, I'm not going to do that. Because these are men who have a preference for white women. Okay, well, they clipped up all these comments here, and this is the one you end with. So you would think that there's a train of thought here, especially if he's the guy who conducted the interviews. Well, you would think that there would be a consistent train of thought. You would think that, and you'd be wrong.
And then, you go into thinking other things like, well, they may only put no preference.
She kept her photos the same, but the algorithm now thinks that she's a white woman on paper.
I changed it to Caucasian and I hid it. And when I tell you, it's night and day.
What? Didn't she just tell you a few moments ago that she doesn't like men who are manipulative?
Nigga, please.
Well, isn't this the same chick who just told you a couple of moments ago now that the issue that she didn't like, I don't want to deal with these men on this app, they're manipulative, they ghost you, and I'm like, oh, I wonder why they ghost you. Wasn't she the one who was just sitting up here lecturing us about being manipulative? And here she is admitting, oh yeah, I'm manipulating the website here so I can check this out. And she doesn't stop there. She doesn't just stop it. She changed her profile settings. She didn't just stop there.
What I was getting.
She went from matching with the dusties, as she calls it, guys with maybe questionable jobs. And
okay, folks, you know what? Let me stop here for just a moment. When I was a child and a teenager, women used to grow eyebrows. I don't know what in the world has happened in the 21st century. I don't know what has occurred. And by the way, folks don't like the program tonight, so I'm going to wrap up a little bit early. But before I do, I don't know what it is that happened in the 21st century that females stopped growing eyebrows. I mean, we're worried about the boys and soy and fluoride and the water and this, that, and the other, but females used to grow eyebrows. Now everybody's got to go see the damn mascara people and draw their eyebrows on with a magic marker. I mean, women used to have eyebrows. Used to have eyebrows that grew out of their faces. Now everybody got to draw them on. What is going on? Everybody has to stencil their eyebrows on like they're spraying address numbers on the curbside. It's crazy. And no, I'm not making it up. Here she is. I'm just like, okay.
And
we're all drawing our eyebrows on here. What is going on? Someone explain to me what is the genetic defect that has come into the gene pool in the last 10, 15 years where females don't have eyebrows anymore? What is going? It's like dating one of the cone heads. It's just, okay, she got, in some cases, they ain't got eyelashes, but if they got eyelashes, it's like, oh, it's just a blank slate all the way up from there. So, all righty then.
Jobs and baby mama drama. She went from matching with the dusties, as she calls it, guys with maybe questionable jobs and baby mama drama, to these men.
Okay, now this is a criminal level of gaslighting. Dudes with baby mama drama. The females are 90% of the single parent issue, period, point blank, full stop. That's math. That's not an opinion. And yet he jumps up as if that's the issue. Well, I mean, if you have a problem with single parents, yeah, if you've got an issue with that, that's an issue that affects the men. Very rarely affects the females. However, there may be a reason why Miss Chicago television personality, the site is like, yeah, those dudes you don't like, yeah, that's where you rank at. There might be a reason for that, you think?
Mama drama to these men. For instance, an IT she went from matching with the dusties, as she calls it, guys with maybe questionable jobs and baby mama drama, to these men. For instance, an IT professional. a managing partner, and a sales rep at a logistics firm.
There was a huge class difference, and these were Black men. And I messaged the men who I matched with, and I said, what's your preference?
There's a huge class difference. So she thinks about different classes. There's a huge class difference between the men I should be talking to. Interesting. So do you all understand what this means? What she's telling herself is that her job or her social status in the community or her notoriety, that is what dictates what class she's in, and thus should dictate what class of men she appeals to. Do you all understand that? That's the mistake she's really making. She's telling you, well, I think these men in a different class here, and all of a sudden, there's a night and day difference between the class. And I'm like, wait a minute. What makes you think that you qualify for those men in that class? Do you think because you and they may share socioeconomic status or position, which you don't, but even if you did, you think that that's what qualifies you for a man in such a class? You think that's what does it? I guarantee you she thinks that's well, I should be getting these kind of responses from these kind of men over here. What? Take a look at my income. Take a look where I stay. Take a look at my hair laid. As opposed to, by the way, is that what those men are looking for? Are they looking for the things you have similar to them or the things that you're supposed to have that they don't have? So, what is it that she thinks qualifies her for men in a, quote, higher class?
Difference, and these were Black men. And I messaged the men who I matched with, and I said, what's your preference? What did you put as your preference? Because I don't want to be with no man who only prefers white women. One guy said he put no preference at all.
What? Damn! Okay, so as I told you all, she didn't just stop at manipulating the algorithm. She didn't just stop at gaming the algorithm. She didn't just stop at lying about who and what she was. She then went and started contacting these men. Now the algorithm's giving them what they want, and she smuggles her way in using subterfuge. Look it up. Using dishonesty and deceit. She lies. Then she gets a whole different list of people that she's like, well, hell, this is the fly part of the club. This is where I need to be. And then she starts messaging them and interrogating them. Now, she's going to phrase it as, well, I just wanted to make sure that they wasn't just trying to be no white women. So as I said, she didn't just stop at the manipulation we talked about before. She didn't just stop there. She went all in on it. She went all in. Not accidental.
Only prefers white women. One guy said he put no preference at all, and that wasn't a deal breaker for him. So he's open to all women of all ethnicities. Another guy, however, he said he put Black and Latino. That little chat bubble kept coming up and popping down, coming up and popping down when I asked him that question. Like, you didn't put Caucasian at all? Finally, he was like, no.
Now, if these guys are...
Did you see that? She's talking to folks who are like, yeah, I don't have a preference. I like Black and Latina.
He put Black and Latino, and that wasn't a deal breaker for him. So he's open to all women. And I said, what's your preference? What did you put as your preference? Because I don't want to be with no man who only prefers white women. One guy said he put no preference at all, and that wasn't a deal breaker for him. So he's open to all women of all ethnicities. Another guy, however, he said he put Black and Latino. That little chat bubble kept coming up and popping down, coming up and popping down when I asked him that question. Like, you didn't put Caucasian at all? Finally, he was like, no.
Now, if these guys are...
So when you actually listen to what they said, folks, these men don't prefer black women. That's what they're saying. When she smuggles and sneaks her way onto their profile, she took down her image, she smuggled her way in. When she did that, because remember, she's the one saying that she's not black there and then telling them that. So she smuggles her way in and then starts interrogating them about, well, you don't like black women? Oh, well, no, I don't have a problem with black women. No, not at all. Now, if a man was doing this, they would be banning him from the site and you're all types of weird and this, that, and the other. But the bottom line here is, by the way, she smuggled her way into their profile, smuggled her way into their DMs, starts interrogating them. And then the fellas tell her what she wants to hear. The fellas tell her, oh, well, sure, yeah. Oh, I don't have a problem with black women. Well, did you put black women? I put no preference. I mean, what about you? Did you put black women? Oh, I put black and Latina. I put black and Latina. And we all know who those guys are. So the truth of the matter is, yeah, they're avoiding you. They are your preference, but you're not theirs. And instead of the shade room doing something useful and having a conversation about the female's shortcomings, they're instead pandering. And what I'm telling you is that, by the way, you're doing grievous harm, because all that's going to end up doing is creating a whole bunch of epically undesirable females. And ultimately, it's going to end in financial disaster for your company. You can't game the male algorithm. As men, you can't game us. You might be able to get away with it for a certain amount of time with the hopeless sad sacks, but eventually you'll run out of enough of those to keep you from being an ongoing concern that is a actually viable business. You'll run out of those. You'll still have a few of them, but not enough to keep you in business. And you're eventually going to have to tell the truth. Or you can just go out of business and hope you can start up another hustle, because in some cases, some of these women's delusional attitudes are just epic and limitless. The problem is, these women are not the ones paying the bills. The problem is, the females don't pay the bills. Women won't spend the money. Men are the ones who finance these apps. Men are the ones who pay the bills. The women don't pay. They don't. Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day. The women ain't the ones spending. The men are the only ones spending. That's why you can never have a dating app that doesn't cater to men. If it doesn't, you will become unviable very quickly. And they are.
Being truthful, why is she all of a sudden seeing these successful black men only when she changed her ethnicity to white? Katavia Ames has the same question. She's a content creator in Northern California.
I have beautiful white girlfriends, and they've shared with me the matches that they get. And Justin, let me tell you.
What is going on with this hair here? Who does she think she looks like? What does she think she's emulating here? What is this? What is this? What kind of man do you think is looking for this? Because all the other things to the side, this is striking me as an overgrown teenager. This strikes me more of being with an overgrown teenager. Why would a man who is mature and established be gravitating to an overgrown teenager? And of course, she can't see it. She can't see it at all. She thinks everything's perfectly fine. She doesn't see the problem.
Beautiful white girlfriends, and they've shared with me the matches that they get. And Justin, let me tell you, I'm like, wait a minute. You have 6'5" finance boy with the blue eyes, and he's coming at you and he's taking you out on dates. And what do I have? I changed my
6'5" finance boy with the blue eyes.
Finance boy with the blue eyes.
Okay, that's what I heard. All right. Yeah, and she's looking to be somebody's chocolate delight. Okay. How's that working out for you? And the shade room is trying to feed this. A lot of folks over here trying to feed people's delusions as if she is eligible for 6'5" blue eyes finance boy. Okay. As if she's eligible. By the way, which is the whole point of making about all these chicks. By the way, they're talking as if they're the ones eligible.
And he's coming at you and he's taking you out on dates. And what do I have? I changed my...
What you have is what you rate for. That's what you have. You have what you qualify for. You have water meeting its own level. You have where you belong. That's what you get. Instead of trying to badger these men into expanding you as being one of their options, she doesn't want to just take it. By the way, these fellas, the algorithm and these apps are using what these fellas you talking to click on and what they actually like. Is not disclosing it to you. It's like you're finding out, hey, by the way, these guys are clicking on all this other stuff. So you can smuggle your way into their inboxes, but these guys are choosing other things.
Boy with the blue eyes, and he's coming at you and he's taking you out on dates. And what do I have? I changed my ethnicity to white, but I kept my pictures as is.
Okay, first of all, white is not an ethnicity. So I do not know if the ignoramuses at Bumble put white as an ethnicity. White is not an ethnicity. White is a race. So all of a sudden, I don't know if she's the one who's making the mistake here, or if Bumble's doing it. I don't know. I mean, Hinge is doing it. I don't have the app. But if the app says that's a race and she's talking about ethnicity, by the way, okay. She says she's on Hinge, not Bumble. She's doing that on Hinge. Okay, does Hinge classify white as an ethnicity when it's a race? Or is that just her? Okay. So she's failing dating and biology.
You have 6'5" finance boy with the blue eyes, and he's coming at you and he's taking you out on dates. And what do I have? I changed my ethnicity to white, but I kept my pictures as is, obviously as a Black woman. I got a influx of really great matches, and these men, and when I'm saying like good matches, like they had great jobs. They were actually communicating with me, putting in some effort, and they were good looking as well. But that's just kind of the reality that we live in, that again, the whiteness is always going to be pushed. It definitely
They were communicating with you and, quote, putting forward some effort. All you had to do was lie and tell them that you were white. Well, yeah, they were putting forward some effort right up until they saw you, most likely. So, in other words, you're trying to smuggle your way into the company of men who are not really desiring you. But you're saying, yeah, but all the lames want me. And what I'm saying is, isn't it time for some introspection? No, I'll just ignore that. Okay.
makes me feel like maybe the apps at the end of the day are not for us.
So the Shade Room got some single guys with careers on board to play around with their app settings. Josh Siganek in Atlanta, for example, he's 30 years old and media.
This was their representative in Atlanta. Who in the hell is running the Shade Room? Well, I'm sorry, we already know. Then they talked to this fella here.
The best for him, as he too is open to all women in his settings.
And are you getting just a full plethora of women?
Absolutely, man. My age range is set from like 23 upwards to 31. So, and I see all types, girls with kids, girls with no kids, girls with tattoos, no tattoos, piercings.
He says for him.
I mean, think about, okay, folks, let's stop here for a moment. Women with kids, women with no kids, women with tattoos, no tattoos. What in the hell type of sexual zoo is that? Come on, man. What the hell type of sexual safari is that supposed? What kind of man thinks that that's a pleasant environment? Some with kids, some without kids, some with tattoos, some without tattoos. What the hell is this? What type of sexual penitentiary is this? He's sitting there. He didn't name anything there you're going to try to commit to. Come on. Come on. And this was the guy they chose here, by the way.
All types, girls with kids, girls with no kids, girls with tattoos, no tattoos, piercings.
He says for him, there's nothing wrong with the Hinge algorithm. He says it's up to us as Black people to know where we thrive.
Even me, white men do better than me on dating apps, but I'm not going to sit here and get mad at it either. Hinge doesn't owe you, especially if you're not paying.
Boy, I'm telling you, when they get them folks from them other places to set up a website, this is the kind of material they put out. Proudly, by the way. Now, he does say something else here, by the way. He says something here in the moment I want you all to hear.
Them a monthly subscription. They don't owe you nothing. They're not your matchmaker, right? So my advice to people who aren't having the most success with Hinge, do what your grandma did, do what your mama did, and get the boots on the ground. You want to meet a lawyer or a doctor? Okay, during freaking lunchtime, go hang out by all the lunch places by, doctors and lawyer offices.
All right, let me go ahead and see if I can bring the light of day to Lame DeBarge up here on the screen. Let me see if I can help him out a little bit here. Do what your grandmama did. Okay, first of all, let's be very, very clear about something here. When your grandmother was your age and she was, quote, dating a lawyer, that lawyer wasn't making $500,000 a year. Let's be clear about that. The legal landscape of America has changed in the last 30 years. So being an independent lawyer, putting out your own shingle and whatnot, that you're on the low end of the totem pole. Most lawyers today have to get mobbed up with a major firm, Morgan & Morgan or somebody like that. But just being able to sit up here and, get with a lawyer, no, a lawyer was making middle-class money. A lawyer was doing basic cases. Remember, you couldn't be a lawyer in the 1960s and 70s and you were suing for millions of dollars on a regular basis. That wasn't happening. So he's projecting the current environment and his flawed, false perception of what lawyers do and get onto a generation in which it wasn't happening. So lawyers weren't making money like that. Doctors weren't making money like that. Truth be told, doctors don't make money like that today unless you are a specialist. If you're a GP, most GPs are just getting by. If you're a specialist and you're good at what you do and you're in demand, well, then maybe you'll make some money. Everybody else ain't making no money. So if you hear any female anywhere talk about she's dating a doctor or this, that, and the other, I want you all to understand if they're not, they have to be several things all at once. They have to be part of a major health system. Are they a specialist at what they do? Are they in demand? All those things have to be together. If they're not, folks are lying to you. This guy here doesn't understand that. So that's just what it is. That's just what it is. Want to take a moment there to debunk that.
Do what your mama did and get the boots on the ground. You want to meet a lawyer or a doctor? Okay, during freaking lunchtime, go hang out by all the lunch places by, doctors and lawyer offices.
He says we also have to look at ourselves. He said,
did he literally just say go hang out by doctors and lawyers' offices? Did you literally hear that? As if every day the doctors and lawyers are taking a smoke break at 12 noon. So anybody who's worked in the hospital, the doctors are using the nurses for their sexual concubines, and the lawyers, anywhere they go to eat for lunch, they can pick up whatever the hell they want to then. So, like I say, if you listen to him, I think he gives great advice if you want to get a bunch of crazy answers.
Says that the apps are taking data from your previous likes, which can affect your choices moving forward.
Oh, did you see that? All right. Did y'all hear that? Lame DeBarge didn't bring that up.
All the lunch places by, doctors and lawyer offices.
He says we also have to look at ourselves. He says that the apps are taking data from your previous likes, which can affect your choices moving forward.
Are Black women harder to get versus white women?
Let's talk about it. I have dated Black women, but the kickback I get from some of them, I'm going to say that twice. Some of them.
No, not in your case, nigga. It's most of them.
One more time. Some of them is that I'm not there. I don't have that from the street charisma.
No, sir. It's not that you don't have that from the street charisma. You got the mama's boy mushroom on top of your head. That went out in 87. You got this multi-ethnic look. You look like you trying to flex the Dominican thing or something like that. That's what you look like you trying to flex. And the female's like, whoa, don't know if I want to get tangled up with this. It ain't got nothing to do with the street thing. It's about, by the way, you don't seem to be exhibiting a Black identity here. You exhibiting something else we've seen. I'm not going to put the spicy thing on him. I ain't going to do that. But what I am going to do is sit up here and say, hey, man. Well, the females ain't feeling that. Yeah, you coming in with the soft light skin energy, bruh. You doing light skin stuff. You doing light skin stuff. That's all we saying. It's not about some of them. Most of the most Black women are responding to like, okay, hey, he looks confused. I'm looking at him and this is confusion. Don't nobody want to be stuck in the damn car with you having to listen to Jennifer Lopez all damn night. Nigga, please. Nobody wants to be stuck in the car with you having to listen to Gloria Estefan all night. No disrespect, Gloria. I'm just saying. He coming at you with the soft light skin stuff and it's like, no disrespect, my dude. No disrespect whatsoever. I'm just trying to clarify why it is you keep running into that. That's what I'm trying to clarify. So I wanted to go ahead and play that part so you all can see that. Hinge responded and their response pretty much confirmed what the hell I was telling you here. It pretty much confirmed what the hell I was telling you. They can say whatever the hell they want to. It says Hinge's algorithm paired with our in-depth profiles. So what they're telling you is it's not just the algorithm. It is the selections of the people you trying to talk to. It helps people more quickly go on dates where they can better assess chemistry in person. Currently, we're setting up a date every 2 seconds. We show you who you are most likely to want to go on a date with and who is likely to want to go on a date with you. This mutual compatibility is based on factors like
who are most likely to want to go on a date, mutual distance, ethnicity.
Okay, who meets the preferences you set? Okay, that also means the preferences of the person you're trying to talk to. Do you meet their preferences that they set? Such as age range, distance, ethnicity, religion, family plans. That means single moms. Damn! That's talking to single moms. Vices. Okay. Hoes and hobosexuals. And more. That more takes up a lot of real estate. Whose preferences you also meet, the profiles you liked or skipped. So in other words, if you're talking to Black males and they tend to skip profiles similar to yours, then Hinge ain't gonna waste time trying to send more of you their way. And the profiles you match with, which is really redundant because you've already said that. Let me go back to Miss Ma'am. No disrespect, Baby, you from Chicago. You from Chicago. No disrespect. You from Chicago, and it takes a certain type of man to deal with and desire a Chicago chick. So maybe you didn't get the memo. Maybe you don't understand it. Maybe because of your proximity to it, you don't actually see what the rest of the country sees. But just keeping it all the way real, when you're a chick and you say you from Chicago, a lot of men gonna stop listening at that point. A lot of men are gonna stop listening. Once he hears you from Chicago, especially if you say from Southside, you can like it, you can not, you can think it's fair, you can think it's unfair, but by the way, have you considered when you say, oh yeah, where you from? I'm from Chicago. So, oh, wait a minute. I ain't trying to get kidnapped. I ain't trying to get kidnapped, ransomed. I ain't trying to get none of that. So it takes a certain type of dude to deal with Chicago women. And y'all know I respect Chicago women. They gutter, they gully. They tell you exactly what they think. They keep it real. I respect Chicago women. But Chicago women have to respect their reputation.
Auntie, chill.
Chicago women got to respect the reputation that they have built. You can't fight like hell to build this reputation and then get upset when people say, hey, that's y'all's rep. That's y'all's rep. It's like me. I'm from Louisiana. I don't like it when people sit up here and, they make the assumption, hey, y'all country with big ass wheels on your cars. I'm like, hey, that ain't legit. Can't you see the way I speak and my inflection? Y'all can't say that. I mean, sometimes my southern accent peeks its head through, but that doesn't mean I'm country. Jason, do you hear yourself? Oh, well, about the big wheels things. Yeah, y'all all running around on 22s and 24s and 26s. That's a stereotype. Jason, what are the sizes of the wheels currently on your SUVs? 22. Jason? Yes. Is that the largest size wheel that you have on your SUVs? No. Jason? What's the other one? 24. But just because I got 22s and 24s, that doesn't mean... Folks, do you hear this? And I'm telling the truth right now. I got 22s and 24s. Okay, so I'm supposed to get mad when folks say that's what niggas from the South do. Niggas from the South, big ass grills, big ass wheels. That's what y'all do down there. So I'm supposed to get upset when your rep has preceded you? So I'm supposed to get mad because the reputation has preceded us. And here I come rumbling down the damn street. Speakers booming, big ass chrome wheels. I'm proud as a son of a gun. And then I'm sitting up here like, well, you shouldn't prejudge us. Okay, nigga, it's sitting in their damn driveway. It's sitting in their driveway. This isn't a stereotype. This is physical evidence. And ladies, if you from Chicago, it is what it is. If you from Atlanta, it is what it is. Just saying. It is what it is. As men, we can accept that. It's like, okay, I'm from Louisiana. Everybody thinks that New Orleans is representative of the entire state of Louisiana, which is insanity. Birdman and Lil Wayne, they ain't even really representative of New Orleans. Anybody who's been to New Orleans knows that's not really representative of New Orleans either, but they got a record deal. Everybody thinks that New Orleans represents the entire state of Louisiana, and it doesn't. Not at all. Not even close. New Orleans is literally an island off by itself. It's a small little place in a reasonably sized state. The rest of the state is nothing like New Orleans. No disrespect to New Orleans, but New Orleans know it. The rest of the state is completely different from New Orleans. And yet the whole world thinks that New Orleans is Louisiana. Okay, we got to hold that. Sometimes when folks don't know any better, New Orleans did the most yelling. I mean, this is one of those historic places in the world and in the United States. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, ladies, if you from Chicago, you got a rep. If you from Atlanta, you got a rep. If you from Baltimore, you got a rep. If you from LA, you got a rep. If you from Miami, you got a rep. If you from DC, you got a rep. You have a reputation if you're from those places. And that is what it is. So what I'm saying is that I think a lot of these females are sitting up here dancing around and telling themselves that fat meat is not greasy and that they should be exempt from the rules, and that the men should see them the way in which, not even the way they see themselves, but the way in which they want to be seen. And here's the problem. The problem is, ladies, it costs money. It costs men. It costs to do that. This doesn't come cheap and it doesn't come free. It costs. The whole thing that all these chicks keep yelling about is they want the fellas who can pay the cost. Okay, well, if it's going to cost them something, then they're expecting a return on their investment. That's the problem. It's costing them. And at this point right now, what has occurred is that the men are executing some power dynamics. The men are initiating some power dynamics on you right now, because it goes even further than that. The men got to put their damn foot down because it's getting out of control out here, y'all. Say hello to Miss Alabama. She is a walking commercial for trans fat and cholesterol buildup. Alabama is done. Alabama is a goner. Alabama, hold this L. Hold this L, Alabama. Hold this L. Can y'all imagine her during the swimsuit competition? What? When they asked her, where'd you do your fitness training at? Bally's, Gold's Gym, or...
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
Alabama's done. Alabama's through. You're out of here. It's over. It's over. You're done in Alabama. That's a wrap. It's a wrap. That's a wrap. Alabama is done. Saban left, and this is what moved in. Saban left, and this is what moved in. So, Alabama, you're done. It's over. It's over. Y'all didn't even get off the ground good. It's over. That's it. You and Mississippi are about to start looking identical here very, very shortly. Alabama and Mississippi are about to look identical very, very shortly. They ain't even got nothing to fight for no more. This is it. Alabama has thrown in the towel and just said, whatever. Just let the devil have us. And what I'm saying is that, do you really think that you are going to be able to influence men who have to work our asses off in order to excel socially, economically, physically, politically, geographically? You think a man who is going to have to devote every waking moment to staying on top of his game in an ever escalating, ever hostile global environment, do you think that this is what those men are working for? That this is what those men are looking to be their reward for doing all that work? a female who does no work at all. A female, you want a man to be ultimately disciplined. And yet you're trying to tell us that men should be ultimately disciplined and that this is the feminine representative that an ultimately disciplined man needs to be working 70 hours a week for to earn the company of and support. Do you understand that's what you're saying? Do you understand that? Because I want you to see that that's what they're telling you. Every time you turn around, somebody's trying to bully men and tell us that we just got to take whatever in the hell gets slopped off the tables. And what I'm saying is that's what's destroyed dating. You can't bully men into that because we're expected to pay. And if we're going to be expected to pay, then the reward has to be proportional to the effort that we put in. Let's just cut past the bull jive. The reason why the situation ain't working for you there is because you're looking for a guy who makes you feel that life is different. You're looking for a guy who is a good look. You're looking for a guy who can sit here and present you better. You're looking for a fella who can do that. So you see, as a female, you think that you were born with everything you need, and you want the men to work their asses off to get built into what you're looking for. And what we're saying is, okay, but you're discussing exceptional men. You are discussing and describing exceptional men. These are not ordinary dudes. They are exceptional. Case in point, we go back over here to the wannabe black Kimber doll and listen to what she said there. Listen to what she said.
You have 6'5" finance boy with the blue eyes, and he's coming at you.
Y'all notice that she had to stop herself from saying 6'5" financed white boy. You notice that she had to stop herself from saying white boy. So just to show you, Bedwinchery knows what it does. She switched up her language. You saw that she wanted to say the 6'5" white boy. I'm talking to my white girlfriends. I was talking to my white girlfriends, and hey, you're getting responses from the 6'5" finance boy.
That they get. And Justin, let me tell you, I'm like, wait a minute. You have 6'5" finance boy with the blue eyes, and he's coming at you, and he's taking you out on dates. And wait a minute. You have 6'5" finance boy with the blue eyes, and he's.
Okay, now I'm going to stop right here and say, I think she's saying finance, but she could be saying fine ass. So I'm going to stop right here and say, I think she's trying to say finance. However, she could also be attempting to say fine ass. So it's like, 6'5" fine ass white boy with the blue eyes. So I thought she was saying finance, and it sounds like she's saying finance, but she very well could be trying to say fine ass.
Shared with me the matches that they get. And Justin, let me tell you, I'm like, wait a minute. You have 6'5" finance boy with the blue eyes, and he's coming at you, and he's taking you out on dates. And what do I have? I changed my ethnicity to white, but I kept.
I'm sure to match your identity and your spirit, I'm sure to match that. So clearly she wanted to say white boy, and then she caught herself and said, we better not do that. And she just, I changed my ethnicity to white, baby. I'm sure you bleaching and cake soaping and every damn thing else. I'm sure you doing all that already. And my whole point here is, what is she telling you? Just by her saying 6'5", 6'5", as if there's some magic button that you press somewhere and here come a bunch of 6'5" dudes off the damn conveyor belt. 6'5". Then she wants him to be financed. Poor fine ass. She wants him to be financed and she wants him to have blue eyes. Okay, she said, well, hell, let me just go ahead and see if I can smuggle my way in. Let me see if I can smuggle my way through. And what I'm saying here is, yeah, that's what they really want. Here's why they can't fix these apps. Take a look at her eyes. I want everyone in here, take a look at her eyes when she talks about this.
That they get. And Justin, let me tell you, I'm like, wait a minute. You have 6'5" finance boy with the...
Do you see her eyes?
Boy.
Do you see that? Take a look at her eyes. Now, you see that? Do you see the way her eyes are just lit up? Do you see the way her eyes are lit up like that? I mean, she is thrilled. Do you see that? Take a look at those eyes, how they are lit up and bulging like that, boy. She is thrilled.
And he's coming at you and he's taking you out on dates. And what do I have? I changed my ethnicity.
Okay, she shows she can close her eyes now, doesn't she? She's showing you that she can close her eyes now, doesn't she? So when she's talking about Zaddy, her eyes light up and she is all energetic. And then right after that. And what I'm saying is, baby, you don't think black men can see that energy gushing out of you? Because do you all understand the other undercurrent here? The other undercurrent is that she should be black men's preference while she openly states that black men are not hers. Do you understand that people can see you? Do you understand that people can hear you? Do you understand that men you meet can pick up this energy coming off of you at first blush? Do you understand that? No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. Now, I want to go into this next part right here because Bumble had a few things to say. Bumble made a response to the billboards. The billboards, according to Bumble, were not received particularly flatteringly. They made a post on Twitter to our beloved Bumble community. Now, they're referring to these billboards saying the celibacy of our celibacy is not the answer. They said, we made a mistake. Our ads referencing celibacy were an attempt to lean into a community frustrated by modern dating, and instead of bringing joy and humor, we unintentionally did the opposite. What the hell are they talking about? So now they're telling you this, somebody was offended. There was some folks who were unhappy about that. Is that what they're telling you there? That there were some folks unhappy about that? So this is what they're saying after all their efforts, that they're losing money and they understood what the response needed to be. And they're telling you there was a backlash from it. It wasn't from the men. It wasn't from the men. Okay. Some of the perspectives we heard were from those who shared that celibacy is the only answer when reproductive rights are continuously restricted. What? From others for whom celibacy is a choice, one that we respect. Then why are you trying to be around men if you want to be celibate? Did y'all get that? There's no such thing as a female virgin today. So if a female is coming to you talking about she wants to be celibate, what she's telling you is, okay, I can't qualify for what I actually want, but I don't want to be sleeping with you unless all my options have run out. So let's just see if we can be together And while on the side, let me see if I can test my options. And if it don't work out, I'll pull the ripcord over here in case of emergency. Okay. And from the asexual community. Folks, this is the schizophrenic, sexual, insane asylum that calls itself the dating apps today. Do you see this? Now, if the men complain, they tell the men, shut up and sit down. But this is the sexual Arkham asylum that is masquerading as technology companies assisting you with dating today. This is what's going on. This is what the females are circulating amongst each other. So to the ladies listening, if you want to know what the hell's giving you problems out there, by the way, take a look at who they're listening to. Take a look at who they're listening to. Just thought you wanted to know. One flew over the cuck's nest. From the asexual community for whom celibacy can have a particular meaning and importance, which should not be diminished. We are also aware that for many, celibacy may be brought on by harm or trauma. So what you're saying is that they've been sexually assaulted. Okay, but they're on a dating app. So let me get this straight. You don't like men, or you're afraid of men, you're scared of men. Let me go get a dating app. That doesn't sound like you're advocating for celibacy. That sounds like you are advocating for isolation, which is your choice and your right, by the way. But what in the hell are you doing coming to the Bumble people, a place where you're supposed to be meeting people to have interpersonal relations, and then telling them, oh, I don't want to do that. So do you understand what happens when you have something, I'm going to say it, something that's set up by a community of females in a desperate, silly, nonsensical attempt to appeal to all the females? Now, it's very easy for them to tell the men, shut up. But this is what happens when you try to build an app and turn it into a female commune. They tried to turn it into a female commune, and it went to hell because the females won't let Bumble make no money. Do y'all understand that? Bumble knows what needs to be done. They made the changes about it, at least starting in that direction. And they're talking about, oh, we got a whole bunch of negative feedback from the females. The females won't let us do what's necessary to get these men to spend no money. They won't let us make no money. The women won't let us make no money. Soon as we said something, you had some disgruntled contingent, probably a minority, we're going to listen to them. Some disgruntled contingent jumped up. What about us? What about the big girls? What about the isolated girls? What about the touched on? What about the angry? What about the bitter? What about those of us holding out for our options? What about the ones who've been ran through and we want to be born again virgins? What about us? Because that's what that is about. Trying to say celibacy. No, you've been run through and now you think you're going to be a born again virgin. So that's why you're upset with the options you also get, because the guys who are looking to mingle ain't looking to sit up here while everybody else got to have you whenever they wanted. Now you're telling him, okay, now that I've been run through, ragged out with 3 bastard kids in tow, you need to wait because I think my value has gone up. So Bumble's female participants will not let them make any money. Their female app users won't let them make any money. They're talking about, okay, Bumble, are you a app for dating or are you an app for celibacy? Because men aren't paying for celibacy. So mark my words, this is the death knell of Bumble. This is it for them. They've let you know that, okay, we know what we need to do. We ain't going to do it. This is it. This is the death knell. Men are not paying for celibacy. Let's see if we can get more, if we can harbor more celibacy. Okay. All right. Why? Well, the females, there was a small group of females and we figured we shouldn't make them feel uncomfortable. You should be trying to run them heifers off. You should be trying to run them off. No, we want to get every subscriber we can. No, that's actually not what you want. People, let me explain to you something here. A business is supposed to be turning over customers. All customers are not good customers. Everybody who can pay doesn't necessarily need to. You should be focused on quality of customer, not quantity of customer. Of course, you want to get more customers, but you need to be filtering them because all money ain't good money. Folks who come to complain, folks who come to make problems, folks who come to tell you that you can't run your business, then you attempt to appease everybody, and in the process, you end up appeasing no one. No, you need to know what your core mission is. You need to know who your audience is. You need to know who you're trying to please, and everybody who can't be pleased needs to be shown the door so they can go spend their money with someone else and interfere with somebody else's business. That's what happens when you are running a viable business. You don't try to keep all these malcontents. Well, they paid $1. Their dollar isn't worth the hassle. They are a hassle. If they don't like what's necessary to keep this business running, then they need to go find some commie LGBT app they can go hang out on. But then they'll be crying and complaining over there too. You need to show them welcome to the real damn world. Everybody's not going to change their preferences to suit just you. Very sorry if you had some issues in your childhood, but everybody is not going to change what they desire to please you because of an experience that you've been. Well, I feel uncomfortable because of my experience. Okay, the men are not obligated to cater to your life's experiences. You can have therapy, you can have family members, you can have friends. What you cannot do is come to the app and say, okay, I need all the men in here to have sit up here and cater to my life experiences, as opposed to you resolving your life experiences. And in their stupid, futile attempt to please this ridiculous minority, because those are the folks who run Bumble, by the way, a bunch of malcontent females, so this was very appealing to them, and they were very open to it for them because they see men as beings to be punished. I'm like, you can't punish grown men. You can't do that. It goes on to say here that for years, Bumble has passionately stood up for women and marginalized communities. Folks, what the hell kind of app are you running? And their right to fully exercise personal choice. Well, that goes for the men too, whether you like it or you don't. We didn't live up to these values with this campaign, and we apologize for the harm it caused. Folks, what the hell is the harm? Listen to this next part. So here's what we're doing. We're removing these ads from our global marketing campaign. Bumble will be making a donation to the National Domestic Violence Hotline. What? Huh? Tell me you hate men without telling me you hate men. I mean, how is this even compatible? How did we make the leap from celibacy to domestic? So if you're not, what you're trying to say is if you won't have sex with men are, that America is the damn Taliban, you don't have sex with men, and what the hell? Folks, what the hell kind of company they running? I hope you don't have stock or anything else, and then what the hell kind of company are they running? You think men feel comfortable here? You think men want to hang? You think men want this to be the kicking spot? So download this app so the feminists who run it can sit up here and subject you to their man hatred. Only a guy who's sadomasochistic would sit up here and sign up for that. A place where you are sitting up here, folks abusing you and demeaning you and degrading you. Who the hell runs this damn thing? And then thinks they're going to make money on it. So, by the way, we're removing the ads. Bumble will be making a donation to the National Domestic Violence Hotline. Taking a look at y'all's financial situation. I don't think you can afford to spare no money. I hope you're giving them about $20 because, yeah, I'm taking a look at the articles about you all's financial condition at Bumble. Y'all ain't got no money to give to charity. You all don't have a spare couple of pennies to throw around to charity based on what I've seen. So who the hell's running Bumble? Where they got that extra money at that they can give away donations to people? The National Domestic Violence Hotline, among other organizations, as a part of our ongoing efforts to support the work being done around the world to support women, marginalized communities, and those impacted by abuse. No, folks, this was literally their response. This was literally their response to it. They go on to say here, we will also be offering these partners this billboard space to display an ad of their choice for the duration of our reserved billboard time. Please keep speaking up and telling us how we can do better. We care about you and will always be here for you with love and sincere appreciation. Now, I just want to ask you one question. I just want to ask you all one question right now. You just saw what Bumble said. You just saw, as I showed you, that they are in financial trouble and that they responded to it with, hey, you ladies need to start throwing it, Mo. And they allowed somebody or some group to sit up here and get them to start cowering in the corner and abandon that position. And now they're telling you that we're no longer going to be talking about dating. We're going to be talking about domestic violence. And my question to you is, do you think that that response is going to encourage more men to sign up for Bumble and become paying customers?
Nigga, please.
Do you really think that what they're saying here is going to encourage more men, because they need the money right now at Bumble, and the men are the ones who spend the money? So do you think that this response is going to encourage more men to voluntarily sign up when you're already suffering tremendous hemorrhaging? Now, that's the way you think if you think that men belong to you. That's the way you think if you think that men are stupid little children and that as long as there's some sex anywhere, no matter how ugly, no matter how distasteful, no matter how undesirable, that the fellows will be lined up for it because men are just stupid. If that's what you really think, then I suppose you'd go with this psychology. Otherwise, somebody tell me that you think this is a winning response. This is going to be a winning ad campaign to encourage men to come to you. What I'm telling you is that their female users won't let them make no money. Their female user base isn't going to let them make any money. I'm not discussing dating. I'm talking about power dynamics tonight. Their female customer base is entitled as hell. The women who run the companies are delusional and entitled as hell, and they all think they have a right to men's money. And when the men don't spend, they're going to just say, okay, well, all you men just hate women. And I'm just like, okay, if you think that's a winning slogan too, enjoy that when your company goes out of business. The day and age of being able to impose that kind of thing, hell, was it ever there? Was that day and age and that time ever actually there? I would submit to you that it wasn't. However, to any degree that it could have been, I want folks to understand that when you one day get up and these places are gone, just understand that in some cases they did attempt desperately to save themselves. They did attempt to do something. They understood what the problem really was. None of them were under any illusions that you're not a very inviting place for men to be. And men are not interested in hanging out with females to discuss soap operas. Men are interested in enjoying themselves, and they want to be around women who want to be around them. And these apps try to lead you on to believe that's what you're going to get. And I don't think that that's what most men are getting. However, here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the phone lines. And what I'm going to do is if you're a guy or female out there, by the way, who uses these things, I'd like to find out from you what you think. I'd like to find out what you think. I would like to know what you all are experiencing there, because this is about power dynamics. This is about control of societies here. And what's happening is these companies are in trouble because the men are exercising something different. They're speaking with their dollars. They're speaking with their dollars. Let's be very, very clear. The dudes who can pull don't have to use the dating apps. The guys who are on the dating apps, they're only there really for one thing. They ain't looking for wife material, because you know that's not where you find wife material. So what do you end up with? It's going to be a rough ride. But I'd like to find out exactly what you all are experiencing there and what you're seeing. Because this is what folks today who consider themselves to be, folks sit up here and want to sit up here and talk about, oh, they're married. And y'all understand, the national conversation is changing because I gave you all the vocabulary with which to refute these other folks. Notice that Bumble didn't say, you know full well that a vow of staying single isn't the answer. They said a vow of celibacy. They're telling the women, y'all ain't doing enough. They didn't say that a vow of isolation isn't the answer. They said a vow of celibacy. You need to get out here, and if you meet these dudes, you need to let them take a ride around the block with it. And that's what they're finding out. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. This is The Biz. Gonna also go ahead and throw up the link for the Zoom in the chat room there as well. Please remember that we do give Zoom priority. However, the only thing we ask, make sure that you do have your camera and your microphone turned on for that. If you call in without that, permanent vacation, so please understand that. But I definitely would like to get your feedback on that, because you'll remember I did a program here a few months back and I was telling you things are changing. I was telling you things are changing in regard to the men, how men are responding. I told you who's winning. Everybody else out there is giving you inaccurate information because they can't gauge statistics. They can't gauge data. They can't gauge accuracy. I was telling you who was winning this. And now your media outlets and the financial statements from these companies, they're now letting you know, by the way, they're letting you know it's not going so well over there. Not going so well over there. By the way, I do want to go ahead here and send a shout out to everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program. My man, I Am Waffles, or woman, not really sure. W1 Chucky Woo, Ripside 2, Young J Forever, and everyone else here who has contributed to support tonight's program. We got a bunch of new channel members here tonight. So J Kaz, Chris Calhoun, Wayne Crossbow, Stay Positive, Logic Before Emotion, Neo. Thank you very much here to all of you who joined us here on The Business to become new members. We appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and get to the phone lines over here. I'm asking you all tonight, are you having fun yet? Some folks were doubting and wondering how this was going to turn out. Welcome to the dating app-pocalypse. They talk about dating is dead, dating and your apps are dead. So if dating and the apps are dead, what is the answer? If those are dead and are no longer viable options, then what is the answer? Or is there even an answer? Caller America code 818. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
What's going on? My name is Discard. I'm calling from St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, Discard from St. Louis. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I think the dating apps are dead. I've been on for a while. I've dated a lot of different women. I haven't really found anybody who's interesting. You know, most of them don't have any personality. A lot of them don't really, it's hard to really build a connection because every woman has access to a plethora of guys. So she's constantly, you know, it's almost like a fight for attention until, you know, you get them out. They see how much money you can spend or, you know, what your market value is, things like that.
Well, definitely, you say they have access to a plethora of guys. You notice the females, however, complain. Yeah. The females doing the most complaining about that.
They're never satisfied. So you have access to all of these guys. You just see a whole bunch of guys that you don't want. I feel like a lot of them will nitpick at things. Be like, I don't like this about this guy. I don't like this. They swipe. Because in their minds, there's always going to be another guy. So why settle for, you know, anybody who has one trait that you don't like when you can throw them away and find somebody else? I also talk to, I think a lot of, most of the women that I get in contact with, they say that their inboxes are flooded. So I think that's cap.
Well, why would you say that?
Because their inboxes are full. You know, if they're saying that there's no guys on there, there are guys on there. They're just not guys that they want to talk to or guys that are just trying to smash, which a lot of these women are, you know, it's really weird right now. It's not, it's like you're dating to what end? You match with people, you go on these dates, and then, you know, you might date and get together and have sex. You know, maybe you do that for a few times or like a little brief period, and then you're on to the next match. And it's like a never-ending cycle of the same thing.
So what you're saying is that the dating apps have given women a false or real impression that there's a never-ending supply of men for them to raffle through.
I think that it is given, I wouldn't say either. I would say that I think it would be more like a false impression, but at the same time, when does it stop? You know,
I would really love for a female to call up tonight. I would really love to have some females call up tonight who use these apps to tell us exactly what their experience actually is and what actually happens when they get on there. I would like for them to do that because the characterization that you're given is the one that's commonly given out, but yet you see more complaining. So if they're going there, they must be getting something that they want.
Most of them, in my experience, most of the girls that I've matched with, they want the opposite of what they say they want. So I'd say a lot of the women that have said that they wanted relationships, they don't want to hook up. They'll have sex with you on the first night if they like you. And, you know, girls who are the opposite, they're saying that they want something short term. They really want to get into a relationship, but they don't want to say that. So it's just really, it's really strange. It's like an episode of The Twilight Zone on the dating apps.
Well, I think that most guys here, and you see it in the chat room, they're saying that a lot of these females are doing it because these apps bloat their egos. So they're going there to get their egos bloated. They're going there to get their egos stroked.
Absolutely.
And that actually has more value to them than sex does.
Yeah, to a point. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that statement.
What percent of
you're a woman, you have like 40 different guys at any point in time wanting to talk to you and sending you messages and offering to take you out. You know, in their mind, it kind of like, you know, gives them that basis to think that they're the shit. But, you know, most men don't. Men value women on accessibility. If a lot of guys have access to a woman, most guys find that unattractive.
You know, I've always been curious about what percentage of these females, you know, fellas are talking about foodie calls and this, that, and the other. I'm wondering what percentage of the fellas who are on these apps actually give into that.
Give into what part specifically?
That these females are going there, they're getting a meal, they're getting a trip, and they know they can. I'm wondering what percentage of the guys who these chicks hit them up with on these apps, I wonder what percentage of them are going ahead and giving into that.
I wonder too. I wonder. I have like a very, you know, I take, my friend and I came up with this thing. We take women to a very cheap date. It's, we go to an arcade bar and then a little dance spot after. Probably spend like maybe $50 or $60, you know, but it's about the experience. You know, they have a really good time. Usually you have a good enough time on the date, you'll get lucky. And, you know, it's not about spending a whole bunch of money, but a lot of guys think, you know, you just have to take a woman out on a really expensive date. It doesn't really work like that, you know?
Let me find out here. How old are you?
I'm 34.
34. Do you have any children?
No kids. One deceased son, but other than that, no kids.
And what percentage of the female? Well, let me see. Are you getting approached on these apps?
Yeah, I get a decent amount. I feel like I do pretty well on the apps, but most of the women that I interact with, I have a few conversations with them, and I don't want anything more from them than ass, because the American women are terrible.
For a 34-year-old, you're younger than I am, but you're in the target range and age for a lot of these females out here. When you say that, what exactly do you mean? What are they lacking?
They're lacking ambition, personality. Most of them can't even hold a conversation. They might look the part, they might look really good, but they can't, they don't know how to stimulate somebody's mind. They don't have anything going for themselves. It's like, you know, they don't have anything to bring to the table, but they want you to have, you know, 6 figures, be 6 feet tall, and have 6 inches, no dating, and just the whole nine. You know, they expect men to have all of these things, and then you meet these women, and all they have is, you know, if they're lucky, a face card. Sometimes they don't even have that.
When
and
you're
then
saying,
just, you know, you get out with them, and you just like.
When you say ambition, what exactly are you referring to?
And I guess ambition probably not a good word. More like just any type of goals for their lives. Nobody has any plans. Like, they're all just kind of going with the flow.
Why do you think that is?
I have no idea. We probably don't have any.
Because
don't have much guidance.
Here's my whole thing about it, though, is that, and I'm letting the young man speak here because it's good to have the insights of what he's seeing. But you also, you all notice I'm asking these questions to draw out some information here because there is a logic to it. There is. This does match up. Women's behavior, you may not like it, but there is a rationale and there is a logic to it. And what you're looking for is to see where it lines up, not what they say, what they do, and where it lines up with other things. So what you're saying is they're getting on dating apps. There's a certain type of guy that they like there and whatnot, and you're being approached by females, but it's like, I'm being approached, but yeah, I'm not liking the experience because there's not a whole lot going on with them. They don't want very much. They're not going anywhere in life. And yet they're approaching you. Now, on the flip side of it, you also talk about his, like, by the way, a woman's financial accomplishments is not really what a man looks for. But what you're saying is she doesn't seem to have anything going in life. And it's like, okay, where are you going? But do you understand that that's why she would want a certain type of man? Because females say, I don't have to be going anywhere. I'm here to bag a guy who's going somewhere. So he can patch together all these holes I've made for myself, or he will step in and he will make everything all right for me. So all I have to do is just be here and be available. And I shouldn't have to think. I shouldn't have to be competent. I shouldn't have to anything. I just need to be here and be available for basic biological functions. And he will take care of everything else. You know what the crazy thing is about the internet? The crazy thing about the internet, you all, is I want you to understand the crazy thing about the internet is that the internet's level of intimacy draws out the real thing in people. There are two places where you need to pay very, very careful attention. For men, you need to pay careful attention to pornography, and for women, you need to pay attention to dating sites. Those are the two places where you will find out exactly what the person wants. Specifically what they want. You go to those two places when they are alone, they're by themselves. Nobody is checking them. Nobody is monitoring them. No one is publicizing what they're doing. They get to and it's not worth their time to even go there if they don't ask for what they actually want. Nobody goes to, these fellas don't go to porn sites for somebody else's fetish. They go there for their own. These women don't go to dating sites asking for a guy that they're not interested in. They go asking for the one they do. And they're by themselves. They're unmonitored. It's completely private. It's completely discreet. No one is seeing it. No one is judging them. No one's publicizing it. They can finally take off the masks and let the real thing come out. And that's what you're getting with what they're asking. Now they can finally be honest about it. And what you're saying is that when you start talking to them honestly, they didn't bring anything to the table. In a lot of cases, they're mid or below mid, and they want all of them are looking for an exceptional guy who's going to compensate for all their deficiencies. I've aged out, got a bunch of bastard kids, I've messed up my opportunities, debt out the wazoo, and I'm looking for tall, dark, and handsome to basically be a reset button.
Yeah, amendment to want new car prices.
I think if you all do the math on that, you start to realize, that's where you're ending up at. And what they're doing is disregarding the fact that, by the way, there's a man on the other side of the table. He's a real human being. The problem with Ebony K. Williams was that Ebony K. Williams did not realize that men can see her for what she is. You're selfish, you're narcissistic, you got crazy eyes. Men can see you. Men see you for who and what you are. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 470. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Luke from Lithonia.
All right, Luke from Lithonia. I'm assuming that's Georgia.
That's right.
All right, Luke from Lithonia. What's on your mind?
You know, you hit it on the head, and there is actually something that we don't talk about in the black community as men, and that is the borderline. I don't even have to say borderline, but the abusive behavior that we get. And of course, as men, we're not intimidated by women, but we find it annoying when you meet someone that it's like you got to represent all men and take on all the ills of every man that has ever screwed them over, and you're being treated like you've already done something, and all you're trying to do is get to know somebody or court someone, and who needs that? And so you say, where is all this going? It's going to where we just ignore them. We leave them alone. And that's the tragedy of our community now. We are starting to leave these women alone.
Well, here's the issue. Men work and men gather resources. And the bottom line is that they're going to take those resources somewhere. They're just not going to take them to Bumble, and they're not going to take them chasing dating apps for the most part. They're taking their resources and taking them elsewhere. Let me find out here. Have you used any of these apps before?
I was talking to a friend. No, I haven't.
Well, why haven't you?
Because I just don't see anything that is attractive there that is worth getting to know. That's just, I always found that kind of strange to to meet someone that way. I'm a tactile type. I'm from the generation where I'm a tactile type of person.
Okay, well, here's the thing about it, though. I don't think in the modern era that there's too many places in your life where you wouldn't look for an online option or online facilitation first. Because, of course, you have access to the world that way.
Sure. But the same way that I wouldn't want to someone swiping me, I don't want to get into swiping someone. I would, like for it to be a genuine kind of real world kind of connection that I would find with somebody, not a bunch of made up fantasy stuff online, that kind of thing.
How old are you?
59.
That says a lot. How's that worked out for you?
Hey, I'm a man with resources, and I'm not going to waste it on someone who's bitter. I love them very much, but there's something there where I'm not going to take the abuse of what other men have done to you. I don't need that in my life. And you don't intimidate me by that attitude. I just leave you alone because that attitude is annoying, and I really don't think that they see that, where it's not cute and it's certainly not attractive.
Here's the issue that I have, and I respect all that, so I thank you very much for giving us your insights on that. But we've been talking about this for a while now. A lot of fellas out here, they're hitting your age range and whatnot, and they're leading with their wallets. And that has been a powerful catalyst that's led into all this.
Well, if I may say, when I was a younger man, yes, I probably did lead with my wallets, but I got wiser where I.
No, I'm talking about the one. No, I'm talking about the ones in your age group now, not when you all were 20 years ago. I'm talking about right now.
What is lead with the wallet?
Yes, sir.
I don't understand. That's I'm saying that's something that I that bait with the convertibles. I may have done that 30 years ago, but no, I'm not that kind of man anymore. No.
Well, like I say, when these females a lot of them going on these dating apps and looking for a bailout, and they found a reliable. In many cases, they have found a reliable reservoir with the dudes, pushing 60 and 70.
Well, I certainly can take care of a family, take care of a woman, that kind of thing. But like I said, you're looking for a helpmate, and that's who wants someone that's not generous and not someone who's looking to be just fair. You're not even looking for someone to that you want to not be good to. You're just looking for someone that's decent. And no, like I said, you don't intimidate someone when you just come off as bitter and annoying. I don't think people understand how unattractive that is.
Well, looking for a sugar daddy used to be something a lot rarer. Now, today, they're either going for a young, dumb dude, but usually they're not going to be built, or they go for an older fella who is low on options. He'll lead with his wallet because he's more concerned, maybe desperate, to have companionship than he is about why she would be there. And so these dating apps have become incubators for that in a very large degree. Fellows who've reached a certain age, the females are targeting that. So I hear what you're saying, and it sounds like, at least on paper, socioeconomically, you would line up with that, even if you're not open to engaging in anything like that. But I'm just saying that there's a whole contingent from your group here, fellas here. They're going into retirement, or they're in retirement, and it's they're using it like a domestic cruise ship. Because folks call it being sugar daddies, but I mean, you have a bunch of fellas out here who are really, they're getting older, and these have been places where they can ply their trade at, and they know what's going on. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because the females are meeting this on social media. They're running this on social media. They're running this online, and they're going to bring it to other places, and then they expect that from all the men, because they feel like there's some old desperate dude out there that pull a ripcord in case of emergency. But that's not really what they want because they're not passionate about him. But they got to fake their way through it. And then they hold out their candle and hold out a line to everybody else, hoping that they can get something else. But if it doesn't, well, let me just go ahead and pull a ripcord in case of emergency. So I would be remiss if I didn't say, if you're not doing that, that's you. Certainly more power to you. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention, by the way, the other aspect these apps not mentioning is the younger dudes tend to be frustrated because the females tend to want to skew for the older fellas, but they're skewing for it because they're looking for a bailout. They're looking to go to Dubai. They're looking for somebody to finance their way. They're looking for, more importantly, looking for somebody who's readily coming in the door, ready to trick off on them and take care of their situation without her really contributing that much to it. Like, okay, I've spent years and years hearing these chicks as they get older. I'm looking for an older dude, and he's financially set and this, that, and the other. I'm like, okay, well, why would he want to be with you if he can have a younger female? Because you can't even have children. So why would he commit to a relationship with you and you can't even have children? Why would he do that? There's plenty of older men who get with a chick and don't want to have kids. I've heard that for years and years. Well, for the chicks who hit middle age and whatnot, they're kind of stuck without a car. But for the younger chicks and whatnot, they've learned to use that.
Well, I tell you, and you may not, I actually think a lot of men would agree with me. At this point, you're really just looking for a decency in someone. You're not even thinking that far ahead. You're looking first for just some kind of decency, and you hope to go from there. But
there you go.
Like I said, I think the secret of our community, and that we as black men don't talk about, is the downright abuse that we take from just so many pent up frustrations that these women have.
Okay, but when you say decency, let me find out about that. When you say decency, how many years ahead are we projecting the longevity of that decency?
I'm just talking about the core of a person where, like you said, you can see just something decent in someone where I would even want to get involved with you. Who wants to fill out a resume when they first meet someone? Who wants to go through a checklist of all that foolishness? It's like you say. It's like the guy said before. You talk to someone and they don't even have a decent conversation. It's like they're out of central casting with this stuff.
But I want to go back to the point you made there, because I think what you said is indicative there. I think there are so many fellas out there that they do want that they're so starved for companionship and starved for, company, that their list gets frighteningly, shockingly shallow. And as a result, it leaves them particularly susceptible to a chameleon, or women can see when a fella don't get played like that. She can see when you've been alone for a while, and they know every female knows how to play the role. There's just the ones that it's genuine for, and you're hoping it's you, but it usually isn't. And then there's the rest of us. You got to be careful if they're trying to pretend to be something that they're not, because especially if they can see you don't get attention like that. So I'm glad you're being candid about that, but when you talk about the decency thing, and I know the way I worded the question might be a little confusing, but what I'm saying is that, for a lot of guys, that decency thing is like, if I can get a chick who's decent for a week, if I can get a chick who's decent for a month, a year, and they're not even thinking that people change over time, it's just natural evolution. I don't think guys are even thinking about what the situation will be a year or two from now. I think they're just, hey, they're just like an oasis. If I can just get something to drink today, and I'll worry about next week.
I think you hit something on the head there. As far as I think it's just like a woman that keeps herself covered. I do the same thing with my resources. You don't know what kind of resources I have until you get to know me. You don't know what I can do for you in a long term until I kind of see the real person. And I think that we kind of should slow things down as far as just becoming all that soulmate stuff. To find out what we're really dealing with. Like I said, I've learned through mistakes to keep your whatever resources that you have, you don't show all your cards there with that. You find out what you're dealing with, what kind of person that you're dealing with. I think so. I think it goes to both sides, just as far as women not being so quick to show everything or do everything, and court slow it down a little bit.
I think that most men are so starved for attention and companionship that they don't even have a sense of even how to gauge what they want anymore. I think they know how to respond to what they don't want, but I don't think that most men today, particularly as they're starting to get older, I think so a lot get smarter about it, but a lot just get more desperate. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate that. Let me get caller code 630. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. It's Nick from Chicago by way of Houston.
All right, Nick from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so you asked the other guy earlier if he was approaching people on the apps, and I'm somebody that I haven't used the apps in a while, but when I did, I was getting approached by the women. When I first started on using apps like a Tinder, POF, Bumble did not last, I don't think, 24 hours with me. I said, man, this is some weird stuff, how they have it set up on there. That didn't last, and I forgot about it until I saw this post of yours for the broadcast. But as far as that, I got to the point where whatever I was writing on my profile and however I did it, the women would approach me, and I even said on there, I'm not messaging anybody first, because I had a bad experience messaging somebody first. They twist it. A man gets banned very, very easily on those apps. So instead, I'm not approaching anybody. I refuse to do it. And of course, there are certain types of people that use the app. And from my experience, they come from three different branches. One is the women that just like to be inside and they don't really know how to communicate that well. And so that's one section of them. And otherwise, they may be okay. Because I think that's something that's not talked about a lot. They're just women. Hey, once the internet happened and then there was a way for them to easily interact with people, that's what it is. And when I say not good at socializing with people,
I think with Bumble, what happened there, because the founder of Bumble, I mean, she is just this rabid anti-male misandrist. I think what happened, though, was there was a lot of cheap money running around before the pandemic. And anybody who wanted to make an app, somebody was looking to give you venture capital for it. And this chick was doing her, Theranos, like that chick from Theranos, Elizabeth Holmes. She was doing her impression, a blonde chick doing her impression of Elizabeth Holmes. And she was able to ring a bunch of folk into that. And then she gets together a bunch of other man-hating females as her staff. And they all say, let's design an app that we can punish men on. Well, that's not going to be very popular now, is it? Well, don't worry. It'll work. Well, how will that work? We're going to be the arbiters because we think we have the pulse on what the women want. And if you have enough women, don't worry, the men will come. And I think for a short time, I think either that was the case or it's a pump and dump. And they were able to get some sizable, some numbers, although we don't know what the numbers truly are. But they were able to get enough numbers and enough press to make themselves look like a viable app or something, and that they're all going to cash out before this thing crashes and whatnot, because that's all it can do.
Yeah, it's not something that I would see as sustainable. I look at everything as business. So even the people that I've met on these dating apps, if I'm not getting anything out of them, probably shouldn't say it here, but a vast majority of them, if I got their contact, they're buying into other things like the self-care thing. I do a business with that. Hey, they bought into those things. They make me money, so I got some use out of it. But as far as the Bumble, to stick to that one, I've been told this, and maybe this was the thinking behind it, because a lot of women think they can get away with it. I've been told that a lot of guys in the U.S., no matter the race, because, I travel, and they were like, hey, these guys like being dominated. So maybe that was the thinking. We're going to get the guys that like being dominated on this app, the ones that like being led by the nose on this app, the ones that now we know OnlyFans.
Yeah, the OnlyFans users. The OnlyFans users, these are guys who really only know how to relate and communicate through a computer screen or an app. They need this air gap They don't really have social skills, and they're looking for these apps to help make the process of introduction easier because they've been coddled, they're mama's boys, and they don't know how to introduce themselves, nor are they attractive enough, and I'm not just mean physically, but socially. They're not inviting enough for a female to want to introduce herself to him. So he needs an edge. He needs a middleman. He needs a broker who will bring options to him. Thus, Facebook allowing you to bomb people's DMs and Instagram allowing you to bomb their DMs. And here come these apps who are claiming that they're going to help filter down some better prospects for bombing their DMs. And what you end up with is a bunch of lame dudes who spend a bunch of money. And I won't even get into the fact about all the scandals about the fake profiles in the apps and this, that, and the other. That's rampant as well. But I think these guys are more afraid of developing social skills than they are of wasting money. I don't think money means, this is going to be a scary part here, Nick. This is what I was talking to the other fella about, just got off the phone. I don't think the money means anything to them. I think the guys get upset if they're lied to. So the females who don't respond to them in the first place, that doesn't offend them. Paying every month and getting no responses doesn't offend them. Paying every month and getting some responses, it offends them, but it doesn't run them off. The only thing that actually hurts them is if a female responds and talks to him, but don't take it to the next step. Now, that bothers
You hit the nail on the head. Yep, you hit the nail on the head. I was just about to get to that. From my experience of having some of those guys around me, one, those guys are very dangerous to other men. Those guys that would do that type of thing and just simp out and all of that, I try to eliminate when I get a whiff of that, I'm like, yeah, this guy can't be around me in an inner circle or whatever. I barely like doing business with him. But those types of dudes, they will do any and everything. But at the moment, because this is true amongst men, they feel any type of disrespect, all hell breaks loose. And I think that's what's losing them that money on there because, yeah, they'll simp out. But at the moment they think the woman has gotten some disrespect over them or anything like that, even though they like being dominated, they will flee. They'll take their money and it will be that app will be a desert. And I think that's what's happening there. I can't see what's behind the scenes with their numbers because I would like to look at those. But that's probably what's happening.
You know what
they attracted that type of man on there.
You know what it is here, though, Nick. A fellow once told me years ago that people going to the casinos, he almost got run over by somebody trying to get up in the casinos here. And he was like, these folks sitting up here acting crazy to get up in the casinos so he said they can get their money taken because they're addicted to losing. Now, when I heard the construction of that sentence the first time he said it, I kind of paused for a minute. I'm like, okay, don't you mean addicted to winning? But he's like, no, they keep coming back because they're addicted to losing. And I thought about it for a moment. I'm like, yeah, I mean, nobody really goes to the casino and does a bunch of winning. They go to the casinos and do a bunch of losing. Well, what are they going there for? They're going there for the experience. Because there's some other experience that they like even less. So you have this thrilling, wonderful place that doesn't charge you anything for all these bells and whistles, nice graphics and nice lights around you. That's what a casino does. And then you're comfortable enough to go up in there and then you spin the roulette wheel. This swipe left, swipe right. Have you all ever considered the similarity to a roulette wheel that is? Damn! I've never heard anybody say it just like this. Have you all considered that swipe left, swipe right thing? Have you ever considered that that's like zooming in on a roulette wheel? And your fingers, or should I say you, are the ball. Only now you're being led with the impression that if you keep spinning the wheel, then your number gonna hit. Yeah, y'all have not actually thought of it that way before. And I don't talk about these apps like that, but by the way, very basic psychology here. Did anybody notice what I did? That, by the way, this has frightening similarity to a basic roulette wheel or, a slot machine, sideways. a sideways slot machine instead of a vertical one. The options are moving horizontally instead of vertically. Well, that makes a little bit more
it's like a
sense
random
now,
number
doesn't
generator.
it? Well, and now you're sitting there on your phone and you don't know what the next one will be. And remember, that's the heat. That's the desire. That's the drive. That right there is the lust of, wait a minute, take a look at this one. But if I swipe again, what's next? And that's what gets people and guys and females addicted to these things, is sitting there seeing what their options are. You're playing with real money. And okay, but if I swipe again, what will I see next? Folks, welcome to the casino. Welcome to the casino. When you put it
like that, that makes perfect sense.
These dynamics are those dynamics fit it to a T. Right there with the promise of pretty girls and sex. I mean, we're talking about vices all over the damn place, which is why Bumble put out billboards appealing not to femininity, but to vices. Hey, ain't we supposed to be having some sex around here? They know what they're selling, and they know what their apps are designed and set up to sell. Get you in an intimate setting, you're by yourself, and now here you go. And they sit there and keep rolling the dice, keep spinning the wheel, keep turning the slot machine, and next thing you know, they've spent hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, and they're perfectly comfortable doing so. Now, there's the part that is the secret of every casino. Can you get these people to waste a bunch of money and be perfectly happy to do so? And these fellas, as long as they don't meet, and you got to understand, if you think about the psychology of it, it lines up perfectly, because what are these guys, the fellas who go for this stuff, what are their realistic chances of meeting a woman in real life anyway? So if you're running the app, what do you got to lose? This guy's chances of getting a female to meet him in person are pretty damn slim. He will be here for at least 6 months to a year before he finally gets rid of the app. So you will at least get a year of revenue out of him. And I think what's happened is they've run out of all the easy guys to get a year of revenue out of. I think they've run out of those. Now it's like oil. All the easy oil has been tapped. Now you're trying to get all the hard oil. The oil that's 5 times more expensive to get to, and there's not as much of it, and it costs more to refine it because it's not sweet oil. It's not sweet crude. It's rot gut. So I think that's what you're seeing here now. Folks have gotten that. It's a generation that is used to meeting people, all the service and stuff through an app. They haven't had to develop any social skills, and these apps have given them the promise that you don't need to. We'll take care of that. And we'll bring you a bunch of female prospects. Yeah, but you won't get access to any of them. Or if you do, you won't desire them.
If they listen to your broadcast, this is free information for them to make billions of dollars if they're not running a scam. Because looking at it from an economic standpoint alone, you already corrected them within the first 15 minutes, even shorter than that, but you corrected them in the first 15 minutes of the broadcast. They need to purge their current audience. And that's what every small business or anything has to go through. They got their small, dedicated fan base. Apple had to do the same thing. They were like a nobody company. They almost went out of business twice. When companies transition from small to big, or when they want to make actual money, they need to do something different most of the time than what they got there. And this company is one of them. But as you described it, and it made me think of it then, because I wasn't paying attention to them, they might just be a Theranos scam. If this is happening after their IPO and they're shedding off people after that, somebody up there might be smart enough to know, hey, I want to steer this ship and have this as a viable company. But
that becomes a problem, though, Nick.
The rest of the board may be caving their knees. That
becomes a problem. And I'll show you why it becomes a problem. The problem is right here on your screen. You'll see it there in a few moments. Miss Debutante wanting a 6'5" white financed boy. And here's the problem, Nick. If she shows up in the DMs of a man making $200,000, $300,000 a year, he's 6'5" and he's physically put together and he's got some masculinity about him, why on earth would he choose her? What about her is compatible with that life and that class and status? How does she present for him? She isn't thinking about that at all. So what she's doing is she's a female who appeals to lesser men, but she's trying to demand a lot more. And then they're upset when these men on that higher level, they'll sleep with you. They'll sleep with all of you. But that's all it's going to be. Then you're going to be back like Miss Chicago complaining. Well, all the guys are just, when they say stuff, oh, they're playing games. Playing games means he doesn't want to commit to you because it's a bad deal. You're good for sex, but that's your price. And you're trying to bully them into making a bad deal. Nick, the reason that for the ladies out there listening, the reason why the dating apps will not work for 99% of you, and this will be difficult for you to accept, but it is true. 99% of you are basic broads. What? Now, your definition of what makes basic is not a man's definition of what makes basic. All of you think you're exceptional because you listen to your mama, or for the few of you who had a daddy in your life, you listen to them. And what you don't want to accept is that they lied to you. You're not special. You're not a snowflake. You're not exceptional. There isn't anything special or exceptional about you. On top of that, you're egotistical and narcissistic about your mediocrity. You're a typical chick burying her face in a makeup drawer. You're a typical chick putting on that stupid ass lip gloss stuff. You're a typical chick drawing on her eyebrows and putting the spider lashes on. You don't understand because you can't afford to understand because that's not useful for you to understand. You're basic. You're like all the others. There isn't really anything. You want an exceptional man, but there isn't really anything exceptional about you. You're just a generic basic 6. Maybe borderline 8, but even then, you're not an exceptional 8. You're basic. And they don't really want to understand that. So even if they do, like the dog chasing the car down the freeway, even if you do catch up to him, you're not going to know what to do with him. And even if you did know what to do with him, he doesn't want you. Which is why they're going to say that. Both of them are going to end up with the same experience.
I can't reach and interact with women because I got a large women following on one of the platforms that I use. And at the very moment, every time I'm talking about finance, talking about self-care, all of these other topics, I get a huge amount, get thousands. And then as soon as I switch over to any one thing about accountability, I literally go from thousands. And the other day I reached 12. That was the highest as far as views and everything like that. It went down to 2 for the next 5 posts. It's literally like that all the time. I'm talking about just the smallest thing of accountability. Hey, let's improve some things. As women, I have a woman on there that says it. The ratio may not be as bad as that one, but it's almost always like that. It is absolutely no way to reach these women when it comes down to there. And I got women that are married. I got women that are single mothers, some obese, some are slim thick, all types of things. Bad attitudes, good attitudes, and it don't matter. You say any one small thing about accountability, and then that thing caters. And I'm like, yeah, the only thing that's going to change it is absolutely nothing. I'm convinced. Now, on the one hand, it's good that even, like you said, for the dating pool, as far as some of the guys are getting filtered out. But on the other hand, the delusion, I'm just like, man, don't let these people get in a position of power. And I hate to say it. I'm like, before it turns out like Sweden or whatever that country was, COVID happened, and they said, where are the men at? It's 100% female or 90-something% female-led government. And they panicked, and they're wondering why they're getting voted out now. So I'm just like, yeah, accountability really is kryptonite. And I can tell you that because I got a women-catered types of thing. So I see it. So I can see what Bumble is going through when they're just tiptoeing, because that wasn't even the most direct thing. They could have said, I thought of 2 or 3 other things when I saw you make the post. And I'm like, I can't see any other way than they got to shed them off. and get a new crowd. But when you put it like what you just put it like, it's only going to delay the inevitable where the company's going to go out of business. It might milk another 5-10 years or something like that out of it. But the accountability aspect is hard. That's going to be dead in the water.
Well, what was happening here is when the females show up and whatnot, it's like real life. They're all looking for that same top 10% on these apps. They don't qualify for it in real life in the city that they're in, because if they did, they wouldn't be on an app. And then when they're getting out there and they're throwing their lure out there to the rest of the world and they're getting the same results, they're getting more sexual options, but it's just going to be more of the same of where they already were. And that's what they're upset about. And as they're getting older, then it goes from hot girl summer to, cold spring. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 213. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's up, Jason? This is Julian out of Arizona, Phoenix.
All right, Julian out of Phoenix. What's on your mind?
What's good, brother? Shalom. Appreciate your broadcast, by the way, as usual. I just wanted to call in and throw in my 2 cents on what we go through. And pretty much dealing with these dating apps, a lot of times we are.
Okay, his Zimbabwe broadband dropped. In the chat room, is Dionysus actually asking what's the Zoom? Is his phone glitching? Come on, man. Somebody help Dionysus there. Tell him where the Zoom link is. I don't get it. All right, brother. Well, your Zimbabwe broadband went out on you there. Try again.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that, y'all. Somebody was giving me a phone call, and I had to turn it off and then press the wrong button on the iPhone. Sorry about that. But I'm back. Thanks for having me. So pretty much what we're dealing with out here today and in the dating environment, especially on dating apps, like they said, there's a lot of entitlement going around, so to speak. And the boys, we violently have hit critical. I like to say it's called criticality. It hit the point to where the guys aren't paying anymore. We're not paying for drinks. We're not taking girls out to dinners. Guys aren't even approaching women like that because they don't want to be called creeps or they don't want to be ridiculed and put on TikTok and stuff like that. And it's a lot of the men have actually just, men and the young men are just kind of like banding together and starting to take things a little more with wisdom and not let these women just run through them like they've been running through them for the past, I guess, about 5-10 years, so to speak, when the apps first started being put on the cell phones and whatnot. I guess like Tinder was 2013, give or take. So it's been about 10 years. So,
very good perspective you give there, that their target, because the company that owns Match.com bought a bunch of those sites, so they're all up under one umbrella. I don't think Bumble is under theirs. I think Tinder is, but I don't know about Hinge. But the company that owns Match bought a bunch of those websites and whatnot, and they've been acquiring others. So what may have happened here is that, that's an interesting perspective on that. Is that their audience may have just gotten older. And as their audience that they started with a decade ago has gotten older, they've either given up on it, they don't want to spend the money, they found an alternative, and a few of them might have actually found what they were looking for. But that their target audience has gotten, that target audience they've accumulated after all these years has just gotten older. And the younger folk are not as long-suffering. Hell, they don't have the finances for it. The inflation wasn't out of damn control 5 years ago. So these young folk can't sit up here and really throw a whole bunch of money at an app and not get anything out of it. So I think that's a very good point you get. We may have been, even though we were not doing all that fantastic financially, maybe that this younger generation, Gen Z and whatnot, and whatever they call them next, and Gen minus X, whatever it is, that they are more price sensitive and more value sensitive, and they're not willing to sign up for a subscription and just let it sit for a year, and that they become less patient. So you thought we were the gimme generation. These Gen Zs are here, and they can't really hold out for a year before they see the value in your app. When they've downloaded it, they want to see value in the next 24 hours. You got 24 hours to show your value, or they're heading towards the exits.
Yep, you made a great point on that one, because there's also just to jump in real quick, there's an app called Highly Hey I Like You. It came out of Los Angeles, and they have done themselves a disservice by making so many I guess you could say it's like gatekeeping. Like, they won't even put the women that like you in front of your matches. They'll throw them all the way in the freaking back and put everybody you don't want in the front. So it forces you to go through all those girls first, and then you would have to pay. It would tell you if someone likes you, but then you would have to pay to see who liked you. And it's just like, what in the world? And then when you realize that algorithm and how that works, and then it's also doing it not to the boys, but to the girls too. And girls are way less impatient because they have too many options. So why are they going to sit around while the guys that like them, the app is pushing them towards the back, and then you're getting all the guys you don't even want or girls that you don't even want. And so they've gotten real greedy, and I'm pretty sure they, like I said, Bumble, they're all taking the hit now from their greed and thinking that they can just run their apps the way they want, not considering what the actual people that are actually using your apps are looking for necessarily.
Yeah, you can't keep front loading that thing all the time and think that, you know, the folks are going to just keep paying you to get nothing. They'll pay you to get something, which is why the females stay, by the way. The females like using the apps. They say they complain about it, but they like using the apps because they're getting something. Every female knows she can go on the app and get something, but they're not the ones financing the company. The male users are, and the guys are going on those things, and most of the guys are getting nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not going to be financially viable.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And then I'd also like to add in, I think what it is, I've noticed that at least out here, it's like a conglomerate. I think it also depends where you live too. Phoenix is just an international city, so you just got a bunch of different people with different culture clashes and people just trying to figure out who they fit in with or trying to find that great white buffalo, so to speak. But usually the men are the ones that are willing to step out and take those little extra steps and get into areas they don't normally venture to, whereas the girls, if they are those worthy quality girls, they're not actually putting themselves out there like they need to, because the environment that's been set up by society, it allows them to sit back and everybody has to come to them. But the guys are just saying, nah, it's not that game anymore. Now we need equal footing. You need to meet us in the middle, because the juice isn't worth the squeeze. The boys and the young men, we all know now the juice isn't worth the squeeze like our grandmothers and our mothers used to be. You know what I'm saying? Women that we would fight for, give flowers to, you know, stuff like that.
I mean, let me tell you one more thing here. The sugar daddy thing is drying up too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just take a look at the fellas in their 30s and 40s now. They're not trying to supersize their lives. Take a look at the marriage numbers. They're not trying to supersize their lives. They're getting their little apartment. They're getting their Dodge Charger, and they're trying to be comfortable. And they're trying to be comfortable younger and younger. So the pressure is on the females to reproduce because they want to be moms. But you're just going to be a single one. And so there's not a new crop of easily brought in tricks like you need there to be. You don't really have those numbers like you need there to be. And even the ones who are, over time, they're getting more disgruntled because they realize later they got their ass took and they're getting shortchanged. So as it goes on, it's not going to be easier, and you're going to have fewer and fewer options where that's concerned. What I'm saying is that mathematics is going to take over now. You're going to see a situation where mathematics takes over. The only thing I don't want men to do, I don't want men to stop being competitive, because how you do one thing is how you do all things. This is not about doing something for females, because a man who is valuable to women is usually valuable to everybody. You should be valuable everywhere. You should be capable everywhere so that you live a valuable and capable life. You don't do it for women, you do it for yourself. And just like your bank account is an indicator of if you're succeeding, and your social circle is an indicator of if you're succeeding, and your expertise in what you do is an indicator if you're succeeding, the females that you attract are also an indicator of if you're succeeding. If the only thing you're attracting is other men, what?
Oh, nah.
I'm just saying, if you're saying I'm excellent and I say, okay, who are you attracting? Oh, the men love me. I'm like, oh, dude, okay, well, all right. If that's the outcome that you are angling for, push on. But if that's not, I'm like, okay, that might be something you want to examine. Or if you're telling me I'm popular with the ladies, but your bank account is flat. Or my bank account is full, but other people don't admire me or anything like that. I'm like, okay, do you see this is out of balance? So I want fellas to excel so that they have a life that reflects that. I'll let you have the last word.
Yes, sir. And trying to think anything off the top of my head real quick. I don't know. I guess I can just lead us out to the fellas out there. Just keep doing you, stay focused on you, and the right woman will stick around. That's one thing I have learned. Just keep the ones that like actually like your ass. Oh, excuse my French. They actually like you.
No, that's no problem.
Don't worry about the ones that
I don't censor my callers, but that's a very good point that you make as well. Let me hold you here for another minute here because you're such a good and don't ever put your hand up on Blog Talk again because that's the only reason you had to wait as long as you have.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I know y'all know the old system. Don't do that. You make a very good point, and I wanted to touch on this last week, but I didn't have the opportunity to do so. We all know about the guy, the pimp who put the video up on Instagram talking about, choose the woman who likes you, not the one that you like. And that's good logic to use, but here's the reason why. Now, he says because you'll take all kinds of garbage off the female that you like, and it'll blind you to it. Well, he's absolutely right in what he said, but here's the other issue. The real issue here is that you need to be a guy who focuses on attracting that type. We say like, and that's not really the word we're looking for as men. So we're using the word like because it's easily transportable and it's easily understood in general, but that's not what men are looking for. You're looking for the female who's giving allegiance. You see, when a woman says she wants, we talk about, well, a woman look for in a man, when we say respect. Everybody, okay, these are the folks who read my Facebook post. When men say respect and women say respect, they don't mean the same thing. When a woman says respect, she means reliable. Walmart is reliable. But do you and I think that Walmart respects us? Hell no. Why not? Nope. Because there's an element, the element that we look for as men is missing. Well, what element is that? Allegiance. You see, when I say that I'm respected by another man, we're talking about in military terms. Didn't say he likes me, but he respects me. You see, when women fight, if women get into a fist fight, it's because they hate the hoe or this, that, and the other. Men can get into a fight simply over dominance. Women could never have a sport like boxing because they would need to be fueled by emotion, which means they would need to hate that woman over there. How can I go over there and knock her out without being personally invested in it? As a man, what Mike Tyson say, I'm in the people hurting business. Dude, and I'm about to cash this receipt on your ass. This is business. And this trip to the hospital you about to take, it ain't nothing personal. It's just business. And I'm about to knock you into the cash register. As men, we can compute that very easily. We also expect that from other men. I don't expect you to like me, but I do expect your allegiance to the cause. And if I'm leading the cause, I expect your allegiance to it. When we talk about female, we expect the same thing. She wants us to be reliable. That's what she expects from us. But what we expect from her is allegiance. Because if I'm going to have to put my life on the line and stand in front of bullets for her, I can't do that if I don't have the assurance that she would do the same thing for me. That's the disconnect. Walmart ain't going to stand in front of no bullets for your ass. They're not going to do it. They're reliable, but they ain't standing in front of no bullets for you. So what you expect from reliability is not what you expect from allegiance. Remember, if you're born in a nation and it turns out that you're a traitor, you all do understand that execution is still a punishment legal in the United States for treason. For those of you who did not know, that is still a punishment on the books in the United States for treason. If you commit treason in the United States, you are still eligible to be killed for it. And in most other nations, same thing. In other words, you are not allowed to be treasonous. You're not allowed to betray the nation. That's respect in the eyes of men. As men, that's what we define as respect. That's a line you don't cross. That is an expectation. I can have my issues or differences with the United States, and I certainly do. What the United States will not allow me to do is become treasonous. Now, if I want to cross that line, you do so at your own peril. But what this is, okay, you can talk all you want to, but this is a line over here you better not cross. And you have a choice whether you cross that. As men, that's essential to us. We can't be men without it. We can't be. There's no point in me being with you if I don't have your allegiance as a woman. There's no point in it. It's worthless to me because you're going to get reliability every day when I wake up. But there's something I need from you that makes me extending myself that way worth it. And if you're not insisting that the men get that, then there's no reason to be there. There isn't. So we define these things differently, and that's a good point that you make about that we go into this here. We define those things differently, and if you're going to try to keep this thing going without keeping that in perspective, it's not going to work either because you haven't given them any reason to be there. So getting the female that you like, what you really mean is the female who has expressed her allegiance. This is why, for the guys out there who get upset, the red pill community is upset because the females have sexual preferences, which is why they always keep gravitating to, ooh, the guy's tall and good looking. Okay, you're still stuck in high school. I've said, sex is a given. Yeah, but if she had the chance to have sex with that guy over there, she would choose him over you. To which I say, that's irrelevant to me. How can you say that? Because I'm more concerned about if he tells her to come over here and slit my throat, and I tell her go over there and slit his, which one of us is she going to obey? Now, the fella she wants to sleep with, if he can tell her to slit my throat and I'm taking care of all the business, well, we got a different issue. Even if he's the guy she prefers to have sex with, if all of that is outweighed by the word from me, I can give the word, and she's letting him know, yeah, all that sex and everything, that's great and wonderful. Hold your head still.
Yep.
At that point, tell me what all that sexual access has value to him for now. All of a sudden, the light of day has gone on. I'll be damned. It ain't about who she wants to sleep with. It's about who she has allegiance to. She loves having sex with you, but she doesn't have allegiance to you. That's what you need. So when you talk about get the female who likes you, I want to take this as a moment to define that clearly, that when we say like, we're really talking about loyalty. We're talking about allegiance. Other than that, she don't like you.
Yes, sir.
Even if she's having sex with you. If you don't have her allegiance, she don't like you. She's not loyal to you. Whole bunch of dudes out there got chicks they laid up with. Shout out Chris Brown. They weren't loyal to him. And at the end of the day, it's like, oh, damn, that was the missing ingredient. Yeah, she was fantastic in bed, but she was disloyal as hell. So much for bedroom time.
Yes, sir. Facts.
Thank you very much for joining us here tonight. Want to send a shout out here to my man, Young Investor. Thank you very much for contributing to tonight's program. Also, B1 Media is a lifesaver. Want to thank you for all that as well. Let me go ahead and get back over here on Blog Talk. Let me get caller from area code 480. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Clayton calling from Denver, Colorado.
Okay, dude, you're standing about 10 feet back from your phone. Let me give you one chance here to go ahead and get off a speaker here so we can go ahead and hear what you're saying here. Let's go ahead and try that again. What's your name and where you calling from?
Clayton calling from Denver, Colorado.
Okay, let me go ahead and have you give us a call back when you are not on a alien phone. Caller from area code 901. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Elliot from Memphis.
All right, Elliot from Memphis. What's on your mind?
So I want to bring up something you said a while ago. You made a great point about women and their trick language and the words they use are not exactly what we mean. And you talked about the word reliability. No. It was loyalty. Loyalty. That when they say loyalty, they mean reliable.
Well, when they say respect. When women say respect,
right.
they mean reliable. When we say respect, we mean allegiance, which can also be read loyalty.
Correct. And out here when you're dating, they use a lot of trick language like that. And as a guy, you have to be able to understand and decipher through it. And another word that I've always said is, women always talk about, I want a leader. I'm looking for leadership. When women say leadership, they mean servitude. They want somebody that's task oriented. When men say leadership, they mean leadership in the sense of a coach, like coaching, guiding, correction, identity. Men mean it in the true sense of the word, like a coach. But when they say it, they're really meaning servitude.
Now, you're talking about they expect servitude from the man, or that's just what they define leadership as?
They're expecting it from the man.
Okay, that as her leader, he is serving her by leading.
And they mean serve. Yes.
Yeah. What you're
leading.
The analogy you would give to it is like it's like having a tour guide on a safari, as opposed to a commanding officer in the military.
Correct. Because whenever you start seeing, and what's funny about that is when you say when men say leadership in the sense of guidance or correction, because every guy can look at a coach on the sideline and the coach is railing the player for missing an assignment or missing a bad shot. We know that's part of correction. We know that's part of coaching. We know that's part of leadership. But when the men have to actually do that, then it's like, wait a minute, that's not part of leadership. But what's funny is when they go to these jobs in corporate America, they then understand leadership the way we understand it.
Well, even then, I'm skeptical of that in that regard. I see what you're trying to say, but even then, they can see it, but do they accept it? And that can be a bit of a difficulty. That can be a bit of a difficulty, but you're absolutely right. And now, of course, you have some females, unfortunately today, they're the woeful minority, who've been raised to appreciate real leadership. And most females respond biologically and socially to it also. The problem is we have a culture that encourages them to, at best, resist it, and at worst, attempt to twist it and exploit it. And that's what we end up with. So they tries to twist around to what you're saying, which is, okay, tell him that leadership is leading you to everything you want. Right. So that everything comes back to you, as opposed to, no, leadership is taking us where we need to go, not where you desire to go. Because by definition, if I'm leading, that means I know the way, and this is the way we're supposed to be going here, not the way in which you have druthers about, because females are usually led by their emotions, and emotions, A, change, and B, lie. Whereas logic and reason does not change or lie.
Correct.
Especially if she brings nothing to the table. So if all she's brought to the table is a sex game, and usually don't have that correct, if that's all she brought to the table, that's not a contribution. That is a requirement. And these dating apps need to start giving these chicks, some orientation. And okay, before you use this app, let's disavow you of some of your lifetime misconceptions. Sex is not a contribution. It's a requirement. It's an expectation. You're not a female in a relationship without it. You're a roommate. He can go get Miss Alabama if he wants to have a person or female around him he ain't gonna have sex with. Why should he be standing in front of bullets, picking up washing machines and doing manual labor for you? What makes you different from the checkout girl at Walmart? And if you two are not sexually involved, why is he doing all this extra for you? When his relationship to you is identical to his relationship with his sister. So what you're trying to say, the other part that illuminates is this idea that we'll get men to do everything and we'll do nothing for them. The men will do everything and give up everything, and we will do absolutely nothing for them. And that is the ideal relationship to have. He'll do everything for me, and I will do not a thing for him. And no wonder your apps are going to die on you. They have to, because even the suckers are going to expect something at some point.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Whole lot of thought to be gained on that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me try area code 480. This will be your last time this evening, sir. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, Clayton from Denver, Colorado.
Hello, Clayton from Denver. What's on your mind?
So, in talking about the dating apps, I think I have kind of an interesting perspective on this because I happen to be blind too. So it's interesting to talk about this because I feel like one of the things that the dating apps give, one of the things that's a disadvantage when it comes to dating apps is that obviously for someone who's blind, they're not able to necessarily see whether, they're not able to tell whether a picture has been photoshopped. They're not able to tell like a lot of different things. So like for me, I feel like it's easier to vet women in person. But I have done the whole online dating
Okay,
thing.
let me find out here. Are you legally blind or are you completely blind?
Pretty much completely. Like I can see like light, shadow, and colors. That's about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, and I think also what's interesting too is, as I've gotten older, I'm 36 now, almost 37. But what I have noticed is that, interestingly, people are looking more to the online world and not necessarily socializing as much. And I think a lot of the COVID pandemic had a lot to do with it shifting in that regard. But
it was well underway way before COVID. I mean,
it was
for the last decade. It's been the majority way of people meeting
Right.
each other for the last decade. That meeting online is the majority of marriages are from folks who met online. So this is not on its way to being the norm. This is the norm.
Oh, it is definitely the norm now. But yeah, I think that's because of like a lot of the online dating issues that do arise, a lot of blind people do is they end up running into each other in various online spaces, especially social media, and it's a lot of times it's easier to vet our own people than it is to deal with people that might be able to see.
I'm going to be honest. I had never considered this before. That you all, that those of you who may have handicaps or disabilities have that social media has been a place where you all congregate amongst yourselves. So I'm curious, just knowing that there, then for the females on social media in these groups and whatnot, are you seeing the same thing that a lot of other fellows are seeing, from females who don't have a disability or something? Are you seeing the same type of behavior from them, that they're trying to gravitate to a certain percentage of men?
You know what? It's interesting that you say that, but yes, I do see that. And I would say what's interesting about that is,
wait a minute, young man.
In many cases,
wait a minute, young
their
man.
options are unrealistic.
So let me get this straight. You're telling me that online, you're blind, you have a disability, and you got social media groups and where there are other females in the group, and she's blind. Correct. She's blind too, and
Correct.
She's still demanding to be choosy or picky. And I'm just wondering, what is the criterion she trying to be choosy and picky about? Please tell me, because you're about to educate me tonight. What the hell is she filtering for?
Well, Well, they all think a lot of them think that they're going to find some rich producer who's going to basically elevate them out of, because a number of blind women, unfortunately, and there are blind men in this category too, but they feel like if they get someone that is either a sighted and or B someone that is a producer is of sorts that way, that they will basically be upgraded out of the struggles of blindness. But it doesn't work that way. But that's a lot of the thinking.
It can work that way, but it's going to take a certain criterion. Now, let me find out here. Were you born with your vision issues?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me explain.
Yeah,
How old are you?
36.
Okay. You said you're 36. Well, let me go ahead and explain to you how this works for those of us who don't have the same vision issues. I wear glasses, but I'm not blind. Right. But let me explain to you how this works. And you may be aware of this, but like I say, as a person who's never seen, I'm just trying to think here about what it'd be like to be a guy who's never even seen what a female looks like. To be able to actually see everything that goes into that. You can certainly feel it. And of course, the brain creates pictures in more than just one way. That's why we got 5 senses. So, certainly it can help in certain regards. And by the way, usually when people are having sex, they got the lights off anyway. So nobody's seeing anything. But at least they saw what the hell was going to happen before they walked in there. But here's my thing. For those of us who for a chick who cannot see, here's the issue. And you're probably aware of this on the periphery, but she's going to have an offset for that. So she can be blind, but she can't be ugly. She can be blind, but the other act, now that she's blind,
she's got to be drop dead gorgeous.
Well,
in order for that to occur.
I'm not gonna necessarily say drop dead gorgeous. However, that line that men go for average, she's skating on thin ice. And I'm just saying that you're going to be blind and average. Right. Because a man already understands this is going to be a hassle and this is going to be an issue. And I'm not saying that to be dehumanizing. I'm simply saying this is a matter of physical reality. You're going to be dealing with somebody with a disability. That's not something that you ignore. It is something that you understand. No. So if you understand that that's what you're going into, then she's going to have an offset for that. She's not going to be able to be overweight. So going to the gym or working out or eating right is not going to be really optional. And especially with a man who's got himself built. If he's a builder and producer, he's already got options. So she would have to be exceptional. And I'm not just talking about exceptional, just from a physical standpoint. She's going to have to be a joy to be around. She's going to have to be great to talk to. She's going to have some expertise or something and some conversations. I'm just saying, because I'm thinking about the things that you probably would not have. I'm wondering how good of a cook is she going to be? How good? Something as simple as how good of a cook is she going to be? Just something as basic as that.
Exactly. And a lot of, and the interesting thing is there are some blind women who cook, but a lot of them don't like. And it's crazy because I cook myself, but there are. For a lot of blind women.
But for a female,
the cooking they do is putting something in the microwave.
Putting something in the microwave, which of course you'll be able to live. But the problem is everything you put in the microwave is processed.
Right.
Everything that you put in a microwave is processed, and so while certainly she is surviving, I wonder what her artery is going to do. Certainly, while she's surviving. That doesn't compensate for that. The other thing is cooking is a ritual. Cooking is not just something that you do to consume. Cooking, sitting at the table, eating with somebody, that's a ritual. It's a bonding process, which is why you remember it as children. That's a bonding thing. So if she's being denied that, you're denying this. She doesn't have it, and by definition, she's denying that to a man. So what I'm saying is, just understand this is something that most men have. They grew up with as children with their mothers. You're a new female, and he will you're automatically telling him that he will not have this experience with you. What I'm saying is you're removing all of these avenues to bonding. We don't eat together. You don't cook for me. You know, there are a lot of things that we don't do together because we can't do together, or you're not able to, or you haven't practiced to be able to compensate to do that. Each of those constitutes a barrier that would not be there with a female under different circumstances.
Yeah.
And that means something. That's important.
Exactly.
And every female needs to understand that. So I'm not saying that a woman who is blind should have no standards. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, by the way, I want to find out, by the way, what are her standards? And what you're saying is, you know, that basically she can't even see the dude and she's still trying to pat his pockets down.
Right. Yeah.
It's a crazy world, y'all.
Yeah, it is.
Now, the only place where you would be at a disadvantage is because they're online. You can't actually see what they look like. So, I mean, they could be built like a beach ball, and you may not. It's going to be hard for you to determine that. I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah.
For the females and whatnot, I mean, what you're saying is not. I mean, you're not inaccurate in that regard. It's like, okay, because for example, I've never had the experience before, but I'm just thinking here. You know, how do you watch a movie? Things like that, you know, it's just like whatever your favorite films are, she can hear them. But even then, can she even decipher who the different people are in the film or who's talking or whatever? Because all she can do is hear them. So like I say, for your favorite movies, your favorite experiences, she doesn't have the ability to do that.
Yeah.
And that for those of us who can, that's what I'm saying. That's another major area of life that would automatically be out the window right then. She can sit next to you, but she can't enjoy it the way you do.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Now, by the way, I gotta ask this though. Do you all have the weight conversation with these chicks in you all's little social media circles?
You know what's interesting about that is
hell.
Like a number of blind people don't care about that, but I'm actually one who does. So like it is a conversation that I have.
Okay, because I'm like, okay, at some point, if y'all try to get physical, the weight issue is going to come up, especially when you attempt to pick them up and it doesn't go the way you thought it was going to go at all. So it's like, oh boy, I finally found out what the hell I really got into. So yeah, that's going to be an issue, man. That's going to be an issue right there. So I'm just saying, wow, it's kind of crazy in that regard. What about the fitness conversation? Does that come up?
Again, like for me it does, but I think for certain people it does, but unfortunately there are too many blind people that are just content with just sitting in the house and not doing much. And unfortunately, because of the socioeconomic discrimination in employment and other things, it's understandable. And even for like blind entrepreneurs, it's hard to even get businesses up and running.
Well, let me just say one thing there.
Economic base.
I understand what you're saying. Let me just say one thing there. That's not really discrimination. So there may be some avenues that occur. Tough pill to swallow in some regards. You don't know what you don't. You don't know what you don't know. If you've never been a person with, please understand, human beings take in 80% of their information through their eyes. So because you've never seen, you don't know what the rest of us are looking at. So you don't really understand the scope of information that we're taking in instantaneously. Just by looking. It's never been something you've had to do. So what I'm saying is, if you're running a business or something, how quickly you can observe, process, and act on information is critical and key. It literally can be the difference between life and death. Literally can be the difference. So like I say, I can understand it's certainly a disadvantage, and I am a huge proponent of, making sure we address those things. I'm a huge proponent of being able to do that. A huge one. And I want us to, I mean, for people who are paralyzed, I mean, I think it's a damn disgrace. You know, at the beginning of the 20th century, we were doing a whole lot better about this than we're doing heading into the middle of the 21st century. When you take a look at antibiotics, what we did to polio, when you take a look at vaccines, when you take a look at the medical progress that we made, MRIs, CAT scans, you take a look at all that, and basically the only real innovation that we've had in the last 20 damn years is Viagra and Ozempic. What? And it's a damn disgrace. We put men on the moon, but we still ain't got people able to walk yet. That's just something we should have been fixed. Or, you know, when it comes to eyes and whatnot, we should have been fixed those things decades ago. We got trillions of dollars for war. And meanwhile, we're still having conversations about disability. That is a disgrace on mankind. Period.
Well, even something like, for example, you look at the billions and billions of dollars that's spent on marketing and advertising campaigns for people that can see, and yet as blind people, we can't even go to the store and shop by ourselves because nothing's labeled in Braille for us, nothing's, you know, things like that. But yet, like I said, you know, billions and billions of dollars are spent on marketing to people that can see. But
now you've got the ability to have stuff. You have the ability to get stuff delivered now. You can go to Walmart and, you know, assuming you can get there, they bring it out to your car,
which is great.
So you certainly do have that. My thing is, in a lot of these cases and stuff, I mean, we should have already have mapped out the optic nerve by now. We should have already have been able to do that. A man-machine interface or stem cell treatment. That's what I'm saying. It is not. I don't give a damn how many dogs you have to make go blind to figure out mapping the auditory nerves for hearing or the optical nerves for people. I don't give a damn how many monkeys have to die to figure this out. I don't care. That is irrelevant to me. This is stupid. Yeah. There is so much human capital that has been left on the table for the last 160,000 years, much less in the last 100 years, and it is unconscionable that we have not moved heaven and earth to resolve that. That is absolutely unconscionable. Agreed. So you're talking about Braille on the labels. I'm like, hey, why the hell ain't we fix their damn eyes? Why don't we do that one? How about that? What in the hell are we doing? And well, because
some of us are content with with being blind. It's just,
do you know what you could do technologically if somebody said we will put $1 trillion into your business? If somebody told you we will put $100 billion a year for the next decade into your research, do you know what the hell you would do? What the hell you could get accomplished if you had basically that level of unlimited funding that you could just do anything? The last time that we committed that kind of financing was the Manhattan Project and then the Apollo missions. So for warfare and quasi-warfare, there's a blank check. But for the citizens and whatnot, oh, well, here, let's get you into some Braille classes. What the hell?
Just like with reparations, they want to talk about a study on reparations when they don't need a study on reparations. They know exactly what the deal is with that. So.
Yeah, I mean, the folks who are all right where they are in their lives, they're okay with the folks who are doing without and suffering, whatever. They're all right with that. That's acceptable to them. Mm-hmm. Long as they're okay. Whatever you ain't got, oh well, sucks to be you. And that's where it's at. So I don't condone that in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And I've tried to do my part to put pressure on folk about that because that's part of the thing right there. You know, just we are literally spending $1 trillion a year on being the world's biggest military. And I'm like, okay, by the way, the military is defending what? I think you would be a lot more proud to be an American if you knew being an American meant that you were guaranteed to have your eyesight. That's
Right.
that's the privilege of being a citizen of America, is that's taking care of Americans, is not giving bombs and munitions to Ukraine, but that you take care of folk right here. It would be a lot more difficult to not be proud to be an American if you got taken care of in that level. At the rate we're going, China is going to get all this figured out because their programs for stem cells are pretty much doing whatever they need to because they know that, hey, we got the lock on this, we got everything. I want to go back to what you were talking about here before, though, for the females in particular here. How common is it among them that they don't care what the guy looks like or what he's built like? Well, I say looks like, but I'm saying if they're blind, they don't care what he looks like. But I'm just, as far as do they have the 6'5" conversation among the blind females?
Oh, I don't know that that's necessarily the conversation, but
well, I mean, they don't talk about height.
I'm sure among some of them.
I'm just saying the blind females, though. Have you heard them talk? Have you ever seen them having discussions about what a man's height is, or what they would desire his height to be?
I mean, sometimes, but it's not really as highly talked about. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, because I thought that would be something right there. Because I don't care who you are as a female. If you're 5'6" and he's 4'9", I'm pretty sure you're gonna be able to figure it out. And it's okay. This little fellow over here.
Right.
So I thought that was very interesting there as well. What are some of the things they tell? I mean, do you all obviously it sounds like you've gone round with them about this kind of issue here. What do they say when what do they say when you bring it up?
When I bring up the issue about what is it?
Let me find out. When you bring up the issues of these blind females and you kind of tell them that their expectations are unrealistic, do they hit you with the "I date plenty of men who can see"? Do they hit you with that one?
Sometimes, but like I'm not intimidated by that, and because I've dated women who could see too, so that doesn't really faze me.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though is that when you're telling them about, but I'm saying that if you're telling them about an issue, they're being unrealistic, and they respond to you with, "Oh, I'm not being unrealistic,"
Right, and the other issue too is that feminism garbage has gotten into the blind community, and so now there's been gender warring going on between the blind men and the blind women because of the damn feminism.
Dude, are you serious?
Yes, I am dead ass serious.
But she's blind. What? She can't even see the patriarchy. What?
I know.
How was she even confirmed it's there? She can't even see it. Oh, I'm going to shut down my program after the night. Yeah. This is it. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's over. I want to thank you all for being here for the last 6 years here. This will be the final broadcast of the business. Ain't no help for mankind. Shut it down. 3-body problem. Bring the aliens down here. We can't save ourselves. That's a wrap.
Yeah.
What in the hell?
Yeah.
As if blindness is part of the patriarchy. Never mind. No,
I know, it doesn't make any sense to me. It's like, we're a marginalized group. What are you talking about? How are we exactly a part of this?
Well, no, what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying is that, like, are they hitting you blind men up with the "you get preferential treatment" to us blind women?
Well, they expect it, and I'm like, well, that's interesting because as blind men, we don't get preferential treatment. What they don't and the men who try that, it's no, we don't care that you're blind. So that doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm just saying, how are they practicing feminism and they can't see? I mean, what are they doing? What are they saying? What part is that? What part is latching on to?
Well, they're against the tenets of what manhood and masculinity are about. They're against the man leading and providing for the family and taking care of the kids. They would rather the woman be the one in charge.
Sir.
And for me, that don't fly.
Okay, but no. Every sentence you say just boggles the mind, and of course you didn't catch it because obviously it would take you a minute to process that. You said they are against a man leading.
Yeah.
She can't even see. Of course he's gonna have to lead you, literally. Oh boy.
I know.
I'm losing my mind up in here, everybody. She's against a man leading, and she's literally on the dating app trying to find a man who can see. What do you think? What does she want his sight for? Crochet? She's literally looking for a man who can lead and then telling you, I don't want a man telling me what to do. He's literally going to have to tell you, hey, don't walk into that wall.
Yeah.
Folks, that's it. That's it. I'm done. It's over. It's a wrap. We're going out of business. It's the final program tonight. It's not doing any good. There is no reason for me to do this. It's not doing any good. It is over. If the blind chicks are out here demanding you overpay, oh, that's a wrap. I can't even, the chicks with no legs, okay. That's it. Yeah. I'm serious. So you gonna get stunned on by a chick with no arms, no legs? She's like, I can see.
Right.
I got standards. Ma'am, you don't have fingers. You have standards? Okay, I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know what. That's it. There's nothing more for me to say. All I can do is go around in circles at this point. This is absolute lunacy. I don't want no man leading me while she's literally looking for a man to lead. So you didn't want me to lead you away from walking into that telephone pole? You didn't want me to lead you into not walking across traffic? Is that the patriarchy too? Is that toxic masculinity? When I told you don't walk out in the street? Yes, it's the way you said it. All right, well, get your ass out there and get run the hell over by your dream car.
Right. Exactly.
It's toxic that you wouldn't save me from the car. Okay, so I'm toxic if I tell you don't cross the street, but I'm also toxic if I let you get hit by one. It's just, man, look here. Look here. That's dude, if the blind community can't get it together, there ain't no hope. Forget about it. It's over. It's over.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
It is over. So it's just, maybe you'll get yourself a way out of that, but this is, I had no idea this. Folks, I'm just going to tell you right now, I thought I'd heard everything before tonight. I thought there's nothing new under the sun. And this is not new under the sun. It's just new being informed to me. I've heard everything tonight. I think a bunch of us just learned a whole lot tonight. Are you kidding me? So these chicks today are literally blind and saying the same thing. They don't even know what they're objecting to. They haven't seen it. It's one thing for the chicks, the feminists who can see, okay, this is what we objecting to. This little heifer over here is blind and just being a damn wannabe. You can't even see what they're objecting to. Yes, but stop it. You oppressing me. You don't even know. If you haven't seen it, you don't even know what you're saying yes to. How can you object to what we're saying if you don't even know what you're saying? You're giving us a no, but you don't even know what you're saying yes to. Right. So how can you listen to the feminists? You haven't even seen what it is they're trying to sign you up for.
Exactly.
You just trust in them. Okay. Trust me, we are the same. You're a female. You've never even seen another female's jiggly bits. How do you know y'all are the same?
Yeah.
Haven't you heard there's like 50 different species of sexuality now? How do you know you two are the same? Did you check on that? Are you certain? Rolling with it anyway. So, dude, it's just...
Hell, I've had blind women tell me that there were more than two genders, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
You've had a blind female tell you that there's more than two genders.
Yeah.
And pray tell, how does someone who has never seen their own gender become an expert at defining and deciphering that there's more than two?
I was just like, what?
She's never even confirmed her own. She's taking it on faith.
Like last I checked, man's got a penis, a woman's got a vagina. What do you mean? There's more than two genders?
But what I'm saying is, without sight, it's like, okay, it's got to be functional at that point. Show me the functional third gender you found, visually impaired female.
Yeah, that's what yeah, exactly.
Well, brother, this has been a devastatingly enlightening conversation here. I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know what.
Yeah,
all I can say,
into the woods with
sir,
it.
have you ever? Oh, this is going to sound like a terrible question to ask. You all are going to hate me for this. Y'all really, really are. But I gotta ask this, sir. Have you, in y'all's little visually impaired groups, have you come across any blind strippers or blind booty models by any chance?
Yes.
What?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. We do have blind strippers. Yes, we do. And
this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. Glad to be with you all this evening. Although I'm out of my mind here. Hope you all live through it. Bye. Sir. Okay. How did that? She's a blind stripper.
Yeah.
How did she make her way to the stage? Did she make her way to the stage?
Yeah, there's even a blind woman that's on YouTube that was featured on a podcast, and she was talking about her making a living as a stripper, being blind.
I bet you can't tell her nothing.
Nah.
Oh, I bet you can't tell her a damn thing.
No. And like I said too, there are blind hoes too. I have known blind women who've sold pussy in the street. So that happens too.
Y'all, it's Animal Farm.
For real.
It is Animal Farm. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, I just thought you might want a new perspective on.
Oh, you certainly did that. You certainly did that.
But even, and then the dynamics are very interesting indeed.
Yeah, y'all, we went off in a whole different direction. I did not know we were going here tonight. Let me tell you, I've hosted a lot of programs. I did not know that this is where this one was going. So I've learned a lot here. I have learned a lot. I've lost all faith in humanity at this point. So after tonight's program, I'm going to buy me a log cabin out in the woods somewhere in some desolate location. I would take my girlfriends with me, but that might not be a good idea when I get out there. It's just the two of y'all. Oh, no. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, sir. Please do give us a call again. Yes, sir. Boy, I know we all learned something here tonight. I know we learned something here tonight. I know y'all didn't think we were going to go there. I know you didn't think that was going to happen. All hands up, we heard that one. Oh, I got to get this one here. I got to get this one. Let me see here. On Zoom. Oh, I got to get this one. Let me go ahead and see if I can get that. Where are we at? Hurry up and answer the thing here, dude. Let's not be there all night with it. Trying to get the Zimbabwe broadband together. Okay, y'all. Out of the frying pan into the fire. I got my man Dan on Zoom. Let me see if his audio is up there corrected. All right. Hey, Dan, what's going on, brother?
You can hear me now?
Yeah, brother. Okay, so we just got off the phone with the blind. Now we're getting off the phone with I'm not gonna say cripple, but
oh,
we're going from one handicap to brother. I can't wait till I hear what the hell you about to say after that phone call. I can't wait to hear this.
Man, listen, look. Listen, I want to say this. Shout out to that brother. Shout out to that brother. I kind of been around I've never been around a lot of blind people. You know what I'm saying, per se. But man, listen. You know what? I'm just not going to even comment on it. But I won't say I have similar situations because I never dealt with a woman in a wheelchair. Not saying it ain't no.
Are you discriminating?
No, I'm not discriminating. No.
Patriarchy?
No, I'm not.
Okay,
look,
Dan. I'm just saying, you ain't looking for a broad who got a matching wheelchair. What's going on with you, Dan? Something wrong, bro. Something wrong, bro.
Well, see, here's the difference. It's totally different from a man who's a paraplegic. Well, see, I'm a complete paraplegic. So, in other words, I can't feel anything from the nipples on down. So, it's a difference between a man, a paraplegic, and a woman who's a paraplegic. Now, I'm not trying to gross you out, but I'm going to have to say this because it's educational purpose. A woman who's a paraplegic, she could get sexual access, if that makes sense. Even though she can't feel it, or some women still can feel it, even though they complete because they have a vagina. And, you know, there's some dudes that's walking there, run up in a chick in a wheelchair.
Oh, yeah. Without pausing. Without pausing.
So ask yourself this question. So why would a woman in the wheelchair would date a man in the wheelchair? See, when a man is in the wheelchair and he's completely paralyzed like myself, we can't feel anything. Our organs work. Our manhood might stand up a little bit, but ain't no muscle working down there. You gotta take a shot or something for the muscle to stand up. So a woman in her mind gonna say, "Hell, well, I want to deal with a man in the wheelchair. He can't feel this shit, but this guy up here walking, yeah, he could just pick me up and do all type of shit to her. You know what I'm saying? So it's just totally different. You know. Now, interested with me. Now, I don't use dating apps. Now, the only apps I ever used was Facebook. I don't have an Instagram. Now, I do use Snapchat, and I do get DMs. You know, I think a lot of women like to experience dudes who are paraplegic, but at the same time, I think because of my intelligence or that I still go out there and go get it. Even though, yeah, I might not have the physical to do, you know, do what normal people do, but I think women respect a dude who still got the masculinity in them, and they see me being very independent. So they rather take their chance on a dude who's in a wheelchair, who will go out there and go get it by any means necessary, than a person who's walking and who's not reliable at all. So I think that's the only difference. So I definitely had some good experience, and I also had some bad experience. Now, you know, so you haven't been a member of a Facebook group with paraplegics? No, because most of the paraplegics I've been in contact with was either, you know, through therapy, like when I go do physical therapy, or other paraplegics that I see in the casinos. You know, because I play poker, so I play a lot of poker. So I'll go in there with a few paraplegics, or you just see them on the streets, and you know, we all talking. You know, so we all conversate. So I don't do a lot of the date. I don't do a lot of the app stuff like that, the Facebook groups and all that stuff. I might see what's going. The only time I'm in the only paraplegic site that that Facebook group that I'm involved with that has come with a cure, with something like stem cells, outdoor stimulation. I've been doing some heavy researching on that, but that's a whole different topic. I'll probably say that for another time. I'll chop it up with you.
Well, like my other thing here, he was talking about blind females he met. So in your case here, have you met, paraplegic females? And are they still, okay, I want to do a certain type of way?
Oh, of course. Of course.
So this heifer can't even walk. She wants a man who's 6'4" and she can't even stand up a damn self?
Yeah,
Nigga.
Still see. Yeah, hey, it's crazy. It's crazy. It sounds. But look, when I first got paralyzed, I grew up with some people who's obviously been in the wheelchair their whole lives, but I was walking at the time. So certain things they used to tell me at the time when I used to walk on my own, it used to sound crazy as fuck to me. Now that I'm in the wheelchair, I kind of see shit like, this makes, like it.
I'm about to say, you gonna tell me it makes sense?
Not saying it makes sense for
no,
the
nigga, you
female
tiptoeing there, but go ahead.
But I'm saying that I see what they talking about now since I'm in this chair myself. But yes, it's chicks in wheelchairs will literally say, "Hey, I want this type of guy." Even they have the disadvantage. But again, why she feel? I believe from what I've seen that she feel this way because of sexual access. Now that don't mean these dudes is coming these chicks in wheelchairs, but she's still able to have, to get penetrated. She still could use her mouthpiece. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Brother, I
met one who got pregnant.
Okay, but my point though, y'all see, I'm struggling tonight. I'm astounded. I'm flabbergasted. I'm dumbfounded. I want a nigga 6'4". She can't even stand up. It's like, baby, what you gonna do with him? There's a lot I can do with him. You can't walk with him. Like I say, it's just oblivious. Brother, I'm serious. We've seen a lot of females in a lot of wheelchairs do a whole lot of things. You ain't see I ain't seen one with a baller yet, unless she was with him beforehand. So and then we'll be telling you what she ain't got to do for you. So it's just, there's just no boundaries to it, man. There's just no bounds. That's what we learned tonight is there are no bounds. They can be blind. They can be literally blind, crippled, and crazy, and still talking about I can get that dude.
Even if she knows she can't get the dude, in her mind, if I could get some sexual, if she feel like she gets sexual access out of him, you know what I'm saying? Even though she can't, it sounds gross, but but I don't want to say it. But if she feel as though she gets sexual access out of it, it's like, because they all think like this, whether you want to accept it or not. They all believe like, hey, if she can still get some dick from time to time, and they man, hey, I pulled her. He ain't got to marry her. He ain't got to wife her up. He ain't got to. It's sanity. Then you got chicks who's paralyzed from the neck down, who can't move their arms.
Oh boy.
I never forget this when I first got paralyzed and my side out. That's one of the worst hospitals in Chicago. But that's the hospital you don't want to go to. It's because it's but they good for trauma unit, for gunshot wound. Anything else, don't even go there. You as good as dead. It was a young lady. Now she's white. She's a white woman. Now, brother, she's been paralyzed from the neck down since she was 7 years old from a car accident. I'm talking about her legs never even grew like that. Her head and certain her body parts grew, but you could tell it was
her other limbs have atrophied. So.
Right. And at the time, I had a girlfriend when I first got paralyzed. So she was there with me. And I remember she said like, well, my caretaker, because she has 24-hour caretaker because she can't be independent. It's not like my situation. I could use a caretaker for 7. I use my caretaker like 4 days out of a week because I'm mostly independent because my upper body strength and stuff like that. And especially me know how to climb up and down the stairs and carry this heavy ass wheelchair at the same time. But you probably see that in the video flowing around TikTok so well. But nevertheless, I remember this white woman, man. She said that she had a boyfriend. She was in college and her caretaker was trying to, I guess, was taking out her wheel. She got one of those big electrical wheelchairs, and she basically said, well, he didn't know what he was doing, and I ain't find him attractive. And my chick, at the time, me and my chick looked at each other like, did she just say that she didn't find him attractive, that he don't know what he's doing? Like, man, you can't. He doesn't
know what he's doing. I'm scared to even ask this, but what did she mean by he doesn't know what he's doing?
I asked that question too, because I asked a lot of questions. I'm an asshole at the same time. So I say, ma'am, her name is Stephanie. So I say, Stephanie, what do you mean that he don't know what he was doing? And she goes describe like, he couldn't lay it on me. He couldn't, lay it on me like.
All right, y'all. I can't even respond. I can't even respond to this. I might want to run for politics one day, so I can't even make a I can't tell you all what I'm thinking right now. I might want to run for office one day. So yeah. Oh, there's all kinds of visions and images in my mind right now. I can't even say what I'm thinking. The Scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz. I can't even say what I'm thinking. Y'all, I never thought I would have a program after all these years of doing what I do. I never thought I would have a program that I'm just hearing things I never heard before. But tonight is one for the books. I'm scared of it. I used to be optimistic about the future. Now I'm scared of it.
Brother, I said the exact same thing you said. Now, mind you, I'm in rehab. You know what I'm saying? Because before they release you from the hospital, they put you, they give you your own room, you know what I'm saying, so you can learn certain things independently on your own so you get back out there. When she said this, and she worked in my side, she worked in this particular hospital. I don't know if she still worked there now. She said, well, he didn't know he was doing this, such and such. And I looked at my chick, and my chick looked at me. Brother, that shit made my head spin. I said, man, what do you mean he didn't know what he was doing? Well, you know how your caretaker pull you put the Hoyer, because she gotta get in and out of her bed through a Hoyer lift, and somebody got to put her on the Hoyer lift just to put her in the bed because she can't move her arms or her shoulders. She don't have the momentum to move.
Yeah, I mean, she's talking about he don't know what he's doing. He ain't getting no cooperation.
I'm like, what you mean he don't know what he's doing? Well, once as my caretaker took my clothes off, I was just laying there and he act like he didn't know. I say, whoa. Jason, when she was getting to details, I was thinking to myself, oh
no, Negro, this is already frying my little fragile mind. And what I'm saying is, I don't know what's worse. The fact that she's sitting there dangling, or the caretaker is the caretaker. I don't know what's worse. The fact that he did it, or the fact that she's sitting there telling you about it. I don't know what's worse. I don't know.
She said that they was having sex, but he couldn't. He didn't want to lay the power game on her because he was afraid that he was gonna hurt her.
Duh.
I just wanna. Hey, that's on my dead grave, man. That lady. That lady said that, I was done with the conversation. I'm thinking to myself,
I just processed that. Dan, we all going to hell with gasoline draws on the night. Dan, you're telling me that she said that her issue with him was that he was not vigorous enough with a quadriplegic.
And this what made me answer the question. I say, do you have a feeling? She says, so she's an incomplete. She started off as a complete quadriplegic. Now that she's incomplete and she has her own place, you know, she's in one of these what they call that?
Assisted living or something?
It's something like assisted living, but it's independent. But she has multiple caretakers. She has like she's on 24-hour multiple caretakers. And she said that he wasn't frivolous. He wasn't laying it on her like somebody in the porn would do. Something like I used to do back when I was walking. He wasn't laying it all the way on her. And she looked at my girl and basically like, girl, you know what I'm talking about.
No,
and
she don't.
Girl, listen, my girl capped it off, say, oh, so and my girl felt out. My girl said, hey, I got to go to the bathroom. She didn't want to bust out and start laughing. And but just gonna leave me there because I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I ain't got no filter, bro. Like I'm still the same nigga I was walking, the same nigga that I'm thinking about something like, what you mean he ain't good? Like, man, first of all, brother, any dude that's walking that would put his manhood in a chick that can't move, I think that's some mental issues up here.
Dude, because the first thing that came to my mind is I know she's not the first one. So, hey, any of y'all got some loved ones in an assisted living facility in Chicago? You might want to find out who the hell is on duty tonight. Because if that nigga is up in there, whoever you done left up in there, she getting it. He gonna figure out a way to make it happen. She ain't gonna like it, but she getting it. Dude, there's no way in the hell she was the first or the only one he was. So it's just this fella here, he ain't got to get no game.
I had to ask, I say, is he still around? Say, well, I told him how I felt about it, and he basically stopped talking to me. I'm thinking to myself, motherfucker, I started to talk to your ass. And usually a lot of those chicks who get it, most of them say that a dude will hit it, and they'll get about it, they'll never hear from them again. The only time they'll stick around if they got some income. You know what I'm saying?
You got told you couldn't satisfy a quadriplegic. I on the one hand, I'm like, I hope he didn't do nothing to himself. On the other hand, but he might find another one to lay up on. So I'm like, I don't know even what the other. I am conflicted after this program tonight, y'all. I'm conflicted.
And the way how she said it, brother, the way how she's because I asked a bunch of questions, because, you know, at the time, when I first got paralyzed, I was still asking a bunch of questions. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. I'm like, ma'am, can you?
But I'm just saying she was 7. I don't want to give these are details. We don't want to get. I'm just saying this is a woman here who, if she was paralyzed from time she was a child, I'm like, and she's what kind of sexual activities she had in her life? You know, this is just real. What in the hell going on?
So I did not want to ask this part.
This is so Chicago. This is just so Chicago. I want y'all to understand that this could only happen in Chicago. This is the only place on the planet that this story could come from. If you told somebody this story and said, now guess this city, most people are like, Chicago?
I want to answer. Now, the only thing I was thinking, I didn't want to answer this, but I somewhat answered in the GP13 terminology. I say, ma'am, did you give him oral? I just asked it to see.
Oh, this is illegal. Oh, this is there's no the optics of this is illegal. There is no way in the hell that folks.
So I'm asking this question. So she starts like she didn't give out a direct answer, but I caught on to him like, oh my God, and you got a nerve to talk about he don't know what he doing.
But
boy.
Dan, no, what I'm saying here though is without me, me and Dan trying to tiptoe around these damn guidelines and terms of service on YouTube, ma'am, all I'm going to say is when you all think about the mechanics of that, please tell me in a court of law how you could ever prove that was consensual. Please tell me how you could ever prove that was a consensual act. Tell me what you're going to show a jury.
I say, have your parents met this dude? Say, yeah, my parents met him. I say,
oh, this just gets worse.
And this is a white woman. This ain't a black woman. This is a white woman. She's a literally white woman. And she works and I'm going to tell you the department that she worked in. She worked in the department when it comes to how you deal with abuse, if you need some help with abuse and all that. And this woman cannot move her she's paralyzed from the neck. I'm talking about
she's never abused anybody.
Listen, she's a C5. Let me show you what a C5 is.
Yeah. That's right below the brainstem.
C5 is right here. You see what I've got my finger pointing at my neck at?
Yeah.
That means she can't feel her shoulder, her arm. Now she got a little feeling now, but she just can't tell the difference between. She can tell the difference between if it's if the water too hot or too cold. So she got some type of feeling.
Can you imagine her moving them limbs? Because what she been doing without them? Oh, can y'all imagine if she ever gets them limbs back moving again? Chicago, watch out.
Look, man, I couldn't even, man. When she told me that, it fucked me up. Now I had an ex chick for some years ago when I was younger. Now her grandmother was born with a disability, and she's blind and deaf, but she whacked 6-7 kids out of her, and none of them know who the daddy is. That was the first two. Those two examples right there. My whole 30. I'll be 32 Tuesday. Those two examples I just gave you, I'm talking about it was mind blowing. So
dude, it's messing us up now. It's messing us up today, and we just hearing it from you secondhand. This is a wrap for all of us. We all gonna need therapy after this program tonight.
Jason, even if I tell the story, a lot of people will look at me like I'm over exaggerating or like I'm lying or something. I say, boy, if anybody go to those hospitals or get somebody that's a disability, and they see what's going on and hear some of the conversation, they'll be swabbing that. They'll come back and apologize and say, you know what, we thought you was over-exaggerating.
Blind and deaf and got a bunch of kids. And the only question is, I'm like, how did you even have the conversation with the dude? How did this even occur? Was there a conversation?
You know what? The young lady who I had a relationship with when I was in my teenager, me and her still talk now. She live in Atlanta now. I still ask her that to this day. I say, listen, how your grandmother doing? She say she doing good. I say, how she was able to have your mom and all her siblings with now she did say her great grandmama knew who the father was, but she ran them all off because her great grandmother. She's part of what's the generation after the baby boomer? The silent generation. You know, everybody talk about how the baby boomer was grimy. It was that silent generation too, but that's a different story. Like, it's kind of like it's insanity. And I met the lady before. I did not know she was deaf or blind. You know what I'm saying? And it fucked me up as a shorty. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, wait. But I was asking this question as a kid, but you know, me and her, I just still can't. It's just not resonate with me like that. You know what I'm saying? Those two situations, brother, that really fucked me up. And every time
it's messing us up now.
Every time I talk about this story, people look at me like, first of all, I already got the image that certain people
don't ever talk about this again. Don't ever talk about this again. This is your last night ever. You take this mess to the grave with you. This is your last night ever talking about this. Don't ever talk about. I ain't never talking about it, folks. Stop talking about it now.
And when they hit, I say, man, y'all got to see this to believe this, and listen to some of the people. You know what I'm saying? That if you see that, even if you're working in a nursing home, if you listen to some of the conversations, now my mother believed me because my mom works in a nursing home. She done seen some of the craziest shit, and asked some questions like, "What the hell?" And so, so what that blind dude was saying, brother, like the entitlement is insanity, like.
Brother, it's just, I mean, just at this point right here, just folks, it's what they say when the bomb come down. It's like, you know, Putin, you can go ahead and start sending them bombs now. You know, we can go ahead and kick off World War III, World War IV. Let's go ahead and get this over with after what I've heard here tonight. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here, Dan. Y'all, I got a couple of folks over on Blog Talk. I'm scared to take any more calls, y'all. I'm scared. I don't know about any of you. I'm scared to take any more calls. Matter of fact, Blog Talk is already shut off for the night. But yeah, y'all, I'm scared to take any more calls. I am afraid of what's going to pick up the phone. I'm terrified about what is going to pick up the phone if I answer another call. Because I ventured into doing this tonight, and I'm just like, I thought Dan was just going to give a general, comment. I didn't know he was about to take us down the nightmares of memory lane. What in the world? Caller from area code 405. I am bracing for impact. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Melvin from Oklahoma City.
Melvin, can you walk?
I can walk, sir.
Can you see?
Can I what? Yeah, I can see.
Okay, you can walk, you can see. Do you have any disability that you would like to disclose before this conversation begins?
No, sir.
Okay, well, we're going to take our chances from here, y'all, but okay, go ahead, Melvin.
All right, I just wanted to chime in on this broadcast. It was a really good one. It's just the grotesque, amount of entitlement with a lot of women nowadays. And like you said, in another broadcast you did a long time ago, you said most men can't afford to say no. So does that have
them niggas in Chicago? They took it to a whole. They done can't say no to a whole new level.
Yeah.
I ain't never heard nothing like I heard tonight. First of all, with the dudes, but then with the females, I'm like, yeah, he didn't do it dirty enough. I'm like, okay, let me start slitting my wrists over here. I'm through trying to save society. This is it. It's over.
Yeah, I just think, men have a hard time vetting women because, most men can't afford to say no. So
these niggas in Chicago ain't vetting nothing. These niggas in Chicago ain't vetting nothing. They just like, look here, she ain't even got to give consent. It's just, okay, does she got a pulse? Does she have a pulse and can she grunt? Okay, well, good enough for me. Really? I mean, you thought your worst sexual encounter was something you wanted to hide. There's some niggas. Think about that right there. Okay. And look, everybody got the right to get their freak on. Everybody's got the right. You have a universal right to that one. Nobody has the right to tell you can't get your freak. Some of you shouldn't be, though. You have the right to it, but you shouldn't have the power. You have the right, but you shouldn't have the ability.
Yeah. For real. But yeah, I could you elaborate on that? Like speaking on today, the reason why they have this, sense of entitlement, and then most important, most men don't even have an agenda for a female being there, so the entry of barrier is just so low.
Okay, I will go out on a limb and say this. If you're a quadriplegic, the man talking to you probably doesn't have commitment in mind. So I will say that right there, just before I get any further along here. I ain't hating on you. I'm just saying, hey, you need to do some vetting. I know you feel like pickings are slim, but by the way, you might want to do a little bit more vetting right here. Yeah, brother. I mean, look. I thought the dating apps was hell. We've just found out the society. I call this the dating apocalypse. I should have just called this the apocalypse. That's what I should have called this tonight. I don't know what the hell to do with none of this, brother. I don't know what the hell to do with any of this. I don't think I can help anybody now. I don't think the world is worth helping at this point right now. I don't even know if it's worth helping. No, look, like I say, look, fellas don't have the ability to say no, and what we're finding out tonight is how bad it can really get. And it's not about being down on these people here, as a matter of fact here. So it's not about their disability or anything like that. I am very, very sympathetic to that and whatnot. But I'm just saying some of these circumstances here and some of these dudes, bro, it's just like, yeah, they quit trying a long damn time ago. So I don't know what the hell you expect me to do with them. But they just getting in where they fit in. They getting in where they fit in. So that's and those are the ones we're hearing stories about. But that level of desperation is more common and more widespread than we would ever give it credit for being. Seriously.
Wow.
It's more common and more widespread than we think. Most men
So
are
men-
living in sexual desperation. As I said last week, most males today are sexual scavengers.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're
that's,
when you're a caretaker and you're circling a quadriplegic, I mean that's the definition of it. If you're hovering over a quadriplegic and you've got sexual designs on her, I'm like, are you a scavenger? You may qualify. I mean, if you're not, what does? That's what I'm thinking right there. It's just all right.
Yeah. And I know my brother. He works in the nursing home, so. And that brother don't turn down nothing but his collar. So I could just imagine what that brother's doing on a daily basis.
Wait. Oh, y'all, I thought we were, did you, he's about to get off the phone.
I ain't gonna go into a TBA. I ain't gonna go into a TBA.
Y'all, we ain't gonna get out of nothing clean tonight, y'all. Just we have just gone to the 8th level of hell. I thought I was gonna get out. We all thought we were gonna get out of this phone call clean, and then he said that, and it's just like, oh boy, it's just. This is it. Hey, this is the broadcast from hell. Sir, you said your brother works at a nursing home.
Yeah.
Please tell me this nigga is 78 years old.
No, he's 32.
Please tell me that this is a nursing home for Gen X people.
No, it's not. It's what you thought.
So let me get this straight, y'all. I'm going to hate myself and regret this, and I'm already regretting it here. Folks are calling me up tonight to unload their trauma, is what they doing. They ain't going to therapy. They calling me up tonight to confess their traumas and spread it around. Brother, are you telling me your 32-year-old brother is in the nursing home with Cicely Tyson?
I don't know if he's doing anything, but I just know my brother. He don't really turn down much.
So what you say? So what you saying is, if he turns up on the 6 o'clock news, you ain't gonna be surprised.
I plead the fifth.
If Channel 5 is outside, if you see Channel 5 outside the nursing home that he works at, and he didn't come home last night, it's like, oh boy. This was probably it.
Oh man. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, Jay.
Brother, and y'all thought y'all's family reunions and holidays was rough. Imagine sitting across from this nigga. Can't nobody ask him how his day at work went. He might indict himself. So can't nobody ask him nothing. Oh, I can't. Brother, can you see him? He trying to wrangle Betty White in bed. It's just like, oh, boy. Well, he say, I ain't got to get upwardly mobile. She can't even get upward. She just glad to have somebody to talk to. And there he is. And he's, hey, what happens in SSI, stay in SSI. All right.
So it ain't low-hanging fruit. It's ripe. Raw.
Brother, come on now. We past ripe now. Let's not say that. This great grandma's gone wild. No, brother. It's just y'all just I had no earthly I could not predict the broadcast was gonna go in this direction here tonight. It's just we're all gonna have some wild dreams after this broadcast tonight. We're for those of us who dare to go to sleep. Oh, I can't wait to see what we all gonna dream about here tonight when we finish trying to process this mentally right here. Oh boy.
I hope not. But I'm gonna land my plane right there, Jay.
Okay, the plane is crashed, my nigga. It ain't landing. It's crashing here. It's just, boy, y'all. What do y'all expect me to do with that? What the hell do you expect me to do with that? His brother is in there with the Golden Girls. Man, we all gonna need counseling after this program here tonight. We all gonna need, and I'm the host. Can you imagine? I had no idea we were going here. The fella caller, by the way, I'm blind. I'm like, oh boys. I thought we had turned over everything then. Everybody else coming by. I got a story too. Oh, the world is, that's it. Mankind is over. What the hell are you trying to save this for? What the hell are you trying to save mankind for? Have you seen what the hell we doing? Man, if you don't hurry up and blow this son of a gun up. Call America 504. Oh boy, New Orleans. I don't even know if I want to start this one. We just did Chicago. I don't even know if I want to give New Orleans a crack at the bat. Well, all right. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name's James. I'm calling from Marshalltown, Iowa. I am originally a New Orleanian.
Okay, I'm about to say we about to give New Orleans a crack at the bat, y'all. Let me get the dump button ready over here to cut this call off because I'm like, oh, we might be getting ready to circle the drain right now. I don't even want Mardi Gras town. Mardi Gras. Can you imagine what goes down in Mardi Gras down there for the quadriplegics and the blind folks? Oh, do I even want to get Tales from the Crypt?
Jason.
This is Tales from the Dark Side.
Nope,
Okay,
Jason. So I called your other program before. I was the guy who told you about the Haitian border crisis right before it happened. I was down and came back from Mexico. I called you on the other channel. But I just happened to catch this program. I was coming home, and I heard that blind guy talking. And I called in to verify what he said was true because I have a stepdaughter that's blind. And if you go to Des Moines, Iowa, the Wells Fargo Arena, about 3 blocks from there, there's the Iowa Department of the Blind. It's like a school where they stay there, they live there, they teach them how to get around. She went there for about a year and a half. Let me tell you something. If y'all think that these blind chicks ain't picky, I live one. Believe me, the majority of these blind chicks, they not with dating blind guys. They'll tell you that. Hello?
so you said this is your daughter?
This is my stepdaughter. Yeah.
Okay, stepdaughter.
Let me tell you something. She refuses to date a blind guy. Me and my wife kind of had a back and forth for a while about this. I kept telling her she's never going to get a normal guy. They tell them, the family tell these women, and the Department of the Blind tell these women that they normal and that they deserve normal people. Let me tell you something. What that guy was saying, so for people who don't know, the Department of the Blind, and I know because I've been in there before, and sat in the classes and talked to the counselors and stuff, Apple, most blind people have iPhones because iPhones is recommended for people that have visual impairment because of the different apps that they have. Let me tell you something. You can't tell her she ain't hot shit. Let me tell you, she's everything that a normal guy would walk from. She can't see.
But that's what I mean. She can't. How can she say she hot if she can't evaluate or compare herself to anybody?
Let me tell you something. These blind chicks, they just as bad as the hyenas that can see. They even more demanding. You bring them somebody that's of their speed, and they'll tell you real quick, I don't want him. They'll run off with guys if you don't watch them. And get this, Jason, she's Mexican. I can't tell you how many times we've been at these rodeos, and they call them jaripels. You know Mexican men drink. After a couple of hours of being there, she don't see these guys approaching her. I'm standing there watching. They're trying to get her to sneak off to a hotel room with them.
Okay,
they didn't came alone.
Y'all.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go. I'm not
y'all,
gonna go to detail. I'm just telling you what I saw.
I'm gonna be so.
I experienced
well,
this.
slow down.
I'm not gonna go into the deep.
Well, slow down. I'm going to be so sorry for saying this. I can tell already I'm going to regret this. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. You said that you got to watch them because they're prone to going off with guys.
Yep.
So let me get this straight.
They will sneak off.
He said, sneak off, y'all. She can't even see. And she's like, let me get out this bastard. And I want to make sure I properly understand the context of what you're saying. What you're what you're saying is that basically the senior citizens in the nursing home and the blind chicks, there's a whole culture in there.
Yeah. And you know what my argument always was? You can't even see these dudes. How the hell you gonna go off with somebody you can't see?
Yeah. And her response to that was what exactly? Yeah, I'm glad you went there. And her response to that was what exactly?
Well, it don't matter that I can't see. I'm still normal just like everybody else. You can't see him. So I asked her, I said, so if you run off with one of these dudes and we can't find you, and let's say he takes it from you, how can you identify somebody you can't damn see?
She was like, I'm sure she was like after that, awkward. No, but here's my issue though, brother. What I'm saying is that, okay, so she'll run off with a stranger because she want to get a freak on, but then she'll tell you that that there's a guy who's too good for her. Okay, but the fella you ran off with here wasn't? We got mental issues going on.
That guy was, there's a whole, and I wouldn't have never knew all this if I didn't have to go through this with her. I didn't know. Just like you got the underworld and the criminal underworld amongst people with disabilities, you got the very same thing. And like the dude was saying that called in the wheelchair, the chicks that got special needs, they more demanding than the regular chicks, if you can believe that or not. She had a guy that, put it like this, he wanted to get papers and he told her never mind. He turned her down. She was demanding that he be her boyfriend. She was demanding that he be her boyfriend, and he kept telling her, I just want to be your friend. Now, mind you, he lives in Orlando. He's a Mexican fella that he can see he's a normal fella. I told her he's around the Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans, the Dominicans, and everything else that they got down there in that Orlando area. Why would he choose you, a Mexican chick that's short and overweight, that got a million health issues with her? I mean, she was demanding, you gonna be my boyfriend, whether you like it or not. And he was trying to let her off easy because, you know, the shame of, well, if you turn her down because she has something wrong with her, somehow that's discriminatory.
Okay, but ghosting her is too easy. I mean, this is gonna sound cruel. It's too easy to ghost her. It's way too easy to ghost her. It's like, this don't even take effort.
Let me tell you something, Jason. I thought that too. With these phones, it's not as easy as people think.
Brother, she can't even see to go Google you.
Listen, Jason, with these iPhones, she know how to get in. She blocked her number and she found another way to get in touch with him. They teach them all this. A lot of them maneuver just as much as straight people, normal people maneuver. I wouldn't have never knew all this if I didn't go down there. For anybody who think I'm lying, you come to Des Moines, Iowa, down the street from the Wells Fargo Arena is the Department of the Blind. Go hang out down there.
You would figure that they would be more protective and more defensive. That's what you would think.
I tell you, it's for anybody who has a family member that's visually impaired, especially the females, they can probably attest to what I'm telling you. And that you have to keep an eye on them because they think that they deserve to have a guy that can see, that can be normal, and they refuse to date guys that's blind, or if he can see but maybe something else is wrong with him, they'll refuse them type. And she's just like that. She don't want a guy that's her speed. She wants something normal. I told her she's never going to be able to have it.
But she can't even evaluate the guy that she thinks is normal. So what is she basing that? So what is she basing that off of?
Jason, that's the $1 zillion question.
Yeah, how is she measuring this? How is she measuring her own looks? How is she measuring her own attractiveness? How is she measuring this guy's? How is she measuring the fellow that she thinks doesn't qualify? And how is she measuring the one that she thinks does? How is she measuring it?
Her measurement is when she talks to him, can he see? Is he normal? Can he walk straight? If he can see, he appears to be normal, she'll ask somebody. That's the qualification. He better not have a limp, or he better not have a bad eye, or he better not be something else. So she'll say, I don't want him. Oh no, I want him.
And how old is she again?
She's 30 now. She wasn't born blind. As she started getting of age, she started losing her sight.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, so she wasn't actually born blind. She wasn't
born.
So that's how she can. That's how she can measure.
Child.
That's how she can measure it. Then she has memories.
Yeah, I can say
she's got an
around
idea.
Maybe I want to say maybe around 14 or something.
Yeah. Oh, teenage
years.
Really
started getting like. Yeah, where it really started fading to like. She went from being able to see a silhouette of a person to not being able to see, period. So, yeah.
So basically, she's basically mentally and emotionally stunted at that point, right at her teenage years. So you got a 30-something-year-old teenager who has not progressed or matured beyond that point.
And
she's completely stunted.
She does have a little bit of a mental. She does have a little bit of a mental handicap. Also, she's not as normal as normal people, and she got more demands than Halle Berry and any other fucking hyena you can bring up.
Yeah, because she has absolutely no frame of reference. The last time she saw anything was when she was a teenager, an adolescent going in teenager. That's the last time she saw anything. So yes, she is completely and totally out of touch with the last 16 years. The last 16 years, she's got complete dysphoria. Dysphoria, the whole 9 yards. She's completely out of touch. So, yeah, there ain't going to be nothing you can tell her at all. And these other folk, they're just, you got people who are just trying to phone it in. So they're, quote, working with them. They're telling them whatever the hell they got to tell them till the shift is over. And that's what they're doing. And maybe some of these misguided individuals think they're being merciful, but they're not. You know, they're not really being merciful. You're feeding in the delusion. Because what's happening when they can't get the results in the real world, they're never getting these results that you're telling them they should be able to get. That's the problem. What's going to happen when eventually they realize that they're just never going to, they're not getting those results and you've lied to them all these years? That's not mercy.
A lot of them are handicapped by their family and friends who tell them untruths. So they don't believe that the chick that's the dime piece, they don't believe that they can't compete with her. They believe they just as good as her. And because it's put into their head. And like I said, I would have never knew nothing about the blind community if I didn't experience this myself. But yeah, it is like that guy said about the.
We've all met
we've
all met some handicapped people who were really difficult to deal with. You know, folks in wheelchairs and stuff. They can have an attitude, especially like if you hold a door for them or something. It either goes really well or it goes terrible. So we've all met handicapped people, especially in wheelchairs, who copped an attitude. So I've been aware of that. The blind thing, I never really had a bunch of issues with those folks. Although now that I think about it, there might have been a few who were some problems before, but not widespread. But this whole thing y'all talking about, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that's news. Didn't see that one. I wasn't aware that was going on.
It exists. It exists. I mean, like I said, I know I used the word sneak off because we just having just a conversation, but they will. If a guy will start talking to them, if they can gauge and think that he's a normal dude, shit, they'll sneak off with him. They'll ease off with him. And there's guys, and the thing is, when these guys approach her at these parties and stuff, she got a cane in her hand, so it's not a mistake. They know she can't see.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy pickings. Easy pickings.
They'll still be, and see, when I first used to point that out, it was, oh, you just hating. Say, how in the hell can I hate? And I'm telling you, I'm looking at this dude's face. He can barely stand up. He's so damn drunk.
You can be
He's hot, and he want him some pussy.
You can be blind. You can be a hoe. I don't think you can afford to be blind and a hoe simultaneously. I don't think you can afford it. And you as the stepfather, like, wait a minute, she's introducing all types of unlimited levels of risk. Her going off with somebody, it's like, baby, you are completely unlimited. You can't see anything. You don't know where you don't know where he's taking you. You don't know where you at. You don't know who you're with. And you don't know how to get out of there. If something does go wrong, it's like, this is reckless. Any father would immediately recognize that. There's no amount of any, you can't be blind and be a hoe. It's treacherous enough for an able-bodied female trying to be a hoe. They get killed all the time. Now you have a daughter who's handicapped, cannot see. And what you said, she couldn't even reliably tell you, even if something happened and she did come back alive, she couldn't even tell you who it was. She literally couldn't tell you, couldn't find him. She couldn't anything. If he ghosts all of y'all, that's it.
Mm-hmm. So I know you told the last guy his plane crashed. I'm just going to back up like I said, I just caught the tail end of what the blind guy was saying and the questions she was asking him. But yeah, that is true. All the things he said about the blind community, and like I said, I have firsthand experience with it. I've been dealing with it for about the last 13, 14 years. Like I said, I know you travel the country. If you ever come to Iowa and come to downtown Des Moines, right there down the street from the Wells Fargo Arena, across the street from Hy-Vee Hall, you can Google it. The Department of the Blind. It's a little building. They got rooms and all that stuff like that. They teach them how to clean and all that. But when you listen to them women have them conversations, oh yeah, they be talking about going partying and whoring it up and everything else. Yep. I'm going to land it there, though, Jason. You have a good night, man. I appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you for giving us a call here tonight. Well, at least New Orleans took it easy on us here to an extent, but good grief. I wanted to rename tonight's program The Dating Apocalypse, Blind, Crippled, and Crazy. I'm just scared that YouTube is going to hold it against me. They just remonetized the business, and I'm not really daring to try to test them about taking my monetization away again. Not that it would be the end of the world, because y'all know I keep it pushing no matter what. But I'm just saying, I just got y'all's monetization back here on the business, so I'm not really eager to get it taken again. I'm not really eager for that. All right, let me go ahead and jump over here back on Zoom. All right, we got the old man hour here, y'all. I got my man Prince out of Richmond on here. Brother, tonight's been one for the books. I don't know if it's the record books or the mental asylum books, but is the one for the books somewhere. Oh, well, I don't even know if I want to hear your military stories. I don't even know if I want to hear this. But
it's kind of right before the military and during my first part of the military.
Oh, here we go.
Don't drag me.
Thank you, G-Mac. G-Mac just gave me a few dollars for the Pepto fund. So now, G-Mac, we beyond Pepto at this point. We need some lithium. But go ahead, Prince.
Jason, I had a lady friend. She was an 8, waking up. She was an 8, and she dolled up. She was a 10. I'm not joking.
Prince, did she have all 2 foots?
Yes, she was. I guess what you would call now high functioning autistic or like Asperger's or something. You know, back then we really didn't have names for it. But Jason, I had caught feelings, man. You know, my uncle got married, and his friend brought his sister. She's a little older than me, and you couldn't really tell. And we walked and, was flirting and everything. And she turned around, after we was kind of just smooching a little bit, she said, I'm special, right? I say, special? What do you mean? Yeah, you're a special woman, blah, blah. No, and oh, man. And she was cool, Jason, but when she got jealous, she liked to walk too close to me. And you know how black men are about their shoes. She's stepping on my shoes because she thinks I'm
Oh, no. That ain't gonna fly.
And she stepped on my boots. And I had some lizards on. She stepped on my lizards, and we were trail riding groups and stuff.
She got to go. She got to go.
I broke up with her, Jason, and she stalked me, Jason. She stalked me, man. She stalked me a little bit. And it was the oddest thing in the world, man. I don't know what to tell you. But she was a cool girl. Like I say, beautiful as heck. But she tripped out when she started stalking me and stuff and calling me and asking me odd questions and things. It was a little bit different, socially awkward. So, Jason, and when he said about the rodeo and the trail riding thing, those are just kind of, sometimes when the kids go to sleep, they kind of turn into freak orgies. So that's what happened to Warren Moon's wife. She got caught up in one of them trail ride things. That's why I stopped doing trail ride, because after a certain hour, you better go get in your tent or in your trailer, whatever you're doing, because it's gonna get wild. Now, Jason, I was trying to ask some serious questions, man, here, but that was real what I was talking about. You were talking about allegiance, okay? Dealing with allegiance. That was a man in this country, one of the greatest American war heroes that ever existed. Matter of fact, he fought at Saratoga during the American Revolution, and it was the pivotal battle that changed the whole thing of what was happening with the war. His men started retreating. He picked up the flag, ran toward the enemy. They turned around and they fought off the British and won. He's not remembered. The spot where he fell and got injured, his leg, it only said to a brave, valiant soldier. Don't even mention his name, because his name is Benedict Arnold. He was one of the greatest war heroes in this country, but also one of the greatest betrayers of this country. He tried to get George Washington captured by the British when he was at West Point, when he was the president of West Point, and tried to get the British help capture him. Now, so Jason, when you have a woman that shows allegiance for a certain amount of time, but then she turns on you, are you in a more vulnerable position because of the fact that we don't trust women, we don't believe them, but she knows more about you because you've given her more confidence? Is that an issue when you give a woman a certain amount of confidence based on her track record?
Well, absolutely. I mean, familiarity breeds contempt, and people are far more likely to try things if they feel familiar with you, even if the consequences of doing so are disastrous. So, yeah, making people too comfortable with you. I mean, when people get comfortable with you, of course, folk who are close to you, you want to get comfortable, but if it goes bad, it goes all the way bad.
Yes, and from time to time, they will get irritated with you because they said, "Hold on, I've been around long enough. You should, what Harry Melvin and the Blue Notes. If you don't know me by now, it's about everybody staying on their P's and Q's. It's not about what they're putting it out to. Now, dealing with these dating apps, I got a confession on that. When I got divorced, I got on Match.com for a minute. And I'm going to tell you why I got off. I had a little cool experience with a lady. She was living in Florida. And we was talking for a while. And she started telling me she had just moved from Texas. When I mentioned I was from Texas, eventually she said, I moved from Texas. I said, where were you at? You know what she said, Jason? Fort Hood. I said, oh boy, this woman.
That's a wrap.
Married. I say, ma'am, are you married? She said, I'm separated. I say, ma'am, you are married. I can't be talking to no married woman. And that really disappointed me. And that made me real salty about dating apps. What's your opinion on the dating apps? Because our generation, let me tell you something. Vietnam veterans be all on them dating apps. I'm telling you. I've seen a whole bunch of them, 70, 75-year-old. Like when I talk to some of the veterans, I've seen some of them on the vet. What is your opinion, since this is the trend that is going toward? What is your opinion of these dating apps? I guess you kind of given it.
Well, I mean, it's like I say, it's definitely like anything else in our society. It gives convenience, and people have tended to skew towards convenience since their time has been boxed in so many other different ways. So I think it's being sold to people as convenient, and in reality, all you're getting is convenient frustration to a large degree if you do not occupy a certain strata. If you do, then this will be just like anything else. Here's the crazy part about it. I believe, and I can't say definitively because I'm not on these apps, but I believe that it's like anything else. I think the people who have the best experiences on these apps are the folks who don't actually need them. It's like getting a loan from the bank. Banks only loan money to people who actually don't need it. Well, of course, you're the safest person to give it to. Somebody who's in financial dire straits, oh, hell no. He doesn't know how to use it. So I think the people who have the best experiences on these apps and enjoy themselves the most, the app is simply a supplement to what they're already doing or what they're already able to do. It isn't a necessity that fills a gap that they are incapable of dealing with.
Well, you know how it is, Jason. When you have a car, anybody will give you a ride. When you have $1, everybody want to loan you money. But once your vehicle break down and you don't have nothing else, everybody looking in another direction. Now, Jason, you mentioned something dealing with a lot of people getting married, from these apps, right? These are dating sites. Do you believe, and from what you talked to with the young men, do you think a young man could find marriage material on a dating app?
Tricky question to answer, but the short answer is yes, you can. The only question is if you will, because it's not like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's like looking for a needle in a stack of needles. Therein is the real issue. So you're going to meet people on there, and there are people on there. The real issue that everybody's complaining about is the quality thereof. You have a certain segment of people. You basically got 4 categories of people. Okay. Those who are there for sex, any old kind of way they can get it.
Yes.
Those who want more than sex, but they'll settle for just having sex. Those who want a relationship, a serious relationship, but they'll settle for casual. And then those who say they want a serious relationship, and that's really what they mean. So you basically have those 4, and there are different proportions that occupy them. The overwhelming majority occupy the bottom 2. That's the overwhelming majority because people are sexual beings. Problem, right. Once your relationship is based on sex, it's going to be very hard to get to move out of it. Last element here is that it is in women's interests. It's in men's interest to be dishonest about just wanting sex from you. And it's in women's interest to be dishonest about the quality of male that they are requiring. Not what they will accept, but what they require. It's in their interest to be dishonest about that. Well, Jason, right. Why is that? What do you mean by that? Well, we understand about the men. It's in their interest to not be forthcoming if sex is all he wants. It's in his interest not to be forthcoming about that, if that's all he wants, and if he has determined that there's nothing to you, there's no depth to you, you don't qualify for anything else, but there is something I can use you for. So we'll keep you around for that, whether you realize it or not. Females are revolting against this very badly right now, but it's not going to change. Hey, baby, if that's all you qualify for, that's where you rank. For the females, however, women, it's in their interest to not be forthcoming about what they require, to simply lead you in one direction or another, because they want to maximize their options now. So they don't want to have just one guy who's one option. Women want to spin plates. Women want to juggle men and then make a permanent decision later.
Yes.
So she wants the guy she can have fun with because non-committal guys are like hoes. They're the most fun. They're the most enjoyable, most stress-free. Serious men are more stressful. They have requirements. So she wants the guy she can have fun with, but he won't, though those guys don't commit. But she also wants the guy who's going to be serious when she wants it, because she doesn't always want that either. So you're trying to have this chimera. So by definition, females juggle more than one man until either they run out of options or until they feel like, okay, the finish line is in sight. I better grab something and leave the casino.
Okay. What do you think you could say to a young woman? And if you was trying, she was so-called trying to listen to you, if she has all these sexual options, and what would you tell her about the consequences? Do you feel like that young women, what does to women, period, what does consequences mean to women? Are they just concerned about their immediate situation? They don't see consequences the way men see them?
When you're informed by your emotions, you don't see consequences at all.
Oh, man, don't say that.
So females are informed by their emotions. So by definition, only under extreme circumstances do they think about consequences. If she's initiating contact with a man, she tells herself she's in control. Therefore, she is completely oblivious to the concept of consequences because she's being led by her emotions. And she believes if her emotions led her here, it's the right thing. Remember what folks are saying now. Men are told do what's right for the family. Women are told do what's right for you. So by definition, if her feelings led her here, then she believes it's accurate.
Yeah. So dealing with these apps, what do you think is the overall goal? Is it to give women leverage if they're not trying to produce, grow their income or grow the business? What are they doing if they're shooting themselves in the foot?
Well, the point of the apps is to make money because obviously these dating sites and stuff, you can't stay in business. You don't have a viable business if you don't make money off of it. So therein lies the problem. The issue here is that the men, by and large, are coming for companionship but requiring sex. A lot of the fellas also believe, now this is a tenet of masculinity of men, if they paid money for it, you owe them something. Well, guess what? That also extends to the website. That extends to the app. If he paid money for it, he believes that app owes him something. Exactly. The problem comes in when he doesn't get it. So we can't make a permanent customer base out of a customer who ultimately is not getting what he paid for. And every time he keeps doing it, he feels like you owe him more. To compound matters, when he sees there's a certain group of guys on these apps who are getting all the damn play. Even if you're all paying the same amount of money, you're obviously not all getting the same value. That's the problem.
Okay.
Even if you're all paying the same money, you're not all receiving the same value. Some of these guys are working a lot less to get far better results. And that's what the men object to. So you're in a situation where you need the females to spread the love around, as it were, but it's not in their interest to do so because they get a greater return on investment by consolidating on one man.
Jason, should women have a pecking order when it, just like we as men, I guess, women are genetically different in their makeup, but should they have a pecking order? Why are they sitting here and saying, well, all of us are the same? And they know that all of them are not the same.
Because they've been raised and conditioned to bully you into just accepting what they want.
Okay.
Remember, this is about emotions, which means you're about feeling your way through these things, not thinking. So if I want it, I want it. That's not a logical response. No, it's not. It's emotional.
Okay. Now, Jason, are Southern men generally opposed to dating immigrant Black women? And, I have a follow-up question dealing with that. When I say that, because does it partly have something to do with their tendency, like the young lady earlier, their tendency to want to date white men or worshiping white men? Do you think that's a turnoff to us?
I mean, well, certainly all the above, because the word is out. Like I said, Chicago chicks got a rep, Miami chicks got a rep, immigrant chicks got a rep. The word is out. So there isn't anything that folks don't know about the get down at this point. So when you meet her, we know that's the culture you're running into. So it's not a mystery anymore. Everybody knows the deal.
Okay, so you say even when Ebony K. Williams was with her zaddy back in the day, when she broke up with him, she still was a little hottie, I guess you would say. Do you think at that point that changed her status in the marketplace if she's trying to come back with black men?
Absolutely. I mean, like I say, definitely when you expose that kind of thing, she was a different person back then. So as men, take a look at those pictures of her when she was with that white man. Now take a look at how she looks talking to us.
Rest in B-face.
So if you think we didn't notice that from the very beginning, it's like, okay, you wasn't talking to that white man like this. You weren't talking to him like this, and you weren't talking about him like this. Then you come over here and saunter your wore out ass over here around us, and then all of a sudden here you go. It's like, oh no, we saw all that. We saw all of that, and we see all of this. So we're not blind enough or desperate enough to be able to overlook what you're doing.
Because I'm like, she's throwing the neck and everything. I guess she doesn't know that's a turnoff.
No, she does. She doesn't care that it's a turnoff. Remember, when women flip and go bitter and vindictive, they're more concerned with expressing their discontent and their anger than they are of thinking about what they're doing. Remember, this is not about thinking, it's about feeling. Well, I'm upset, so I'm here to express my being upset. Have you thought of the consequences of if you do this? You're not going to just turn the men in this room against you. You're going to turn every black man everywhere against you. Screw them. They need to hear this. Okay. Have you thought about the consequences of if you do that? And no, she's more concerned with, well, you need to hear this and I need to put you in your place. And it's like, okay, I hope you get a lot of psychic satisfaction out of this moment because you're about to sacrifice the rest of your life for this moment.
Okay, given her the route that she took with Zaddy, do you think she feels that black men owe her something? And if she do, what is it?
I mean, as females, they think you owe them something. White women think that white men owe them. So when they go through college and whatnot, and the basketball team and the football team, I mean, sprints through them draws, when she's ready to get married or when she's ready for somebody to commit, it's like, okay, the football team that you was having fun with, that's not where she goes. She goes to go find some simp. And with black females, it's a very, very similar dynamic in that regard. It's, let me go get all the bastard kids. Let me go rack up the STDs. Let me go rack up the drug habits. Let me get ragged the hell out. And then at the 1 yard line, let me see if I can go find me somebody who will take me with all this baggage and improve my life. So if their sexual history doesn't work, if all that sexual thrill riding, all that sexual joy riding, if that doesn't work out, then they're expecting, they feel that they are entitled to somebody to come save them, as opposed to acknowledging you've been permanently downgraded.
Okay.
Then their goal becomes to try to prove you wrong about that permanent downgrade.
Ebony K. Williams, you're right.
Well, I mean, it goes beyond that. I mean, you have a whole bunch of chicks out here and whatnot. Like I say, you see them, they when they realize their ticket has been punched, that's what I'm talking about. They go see if they can go find some old dude who is more concerned with having a companion than he is the quality of companion. Let's see if that will work. Let me go find some sexual deviant. Let me go find whatever. So they go looking for a bailout, no matter how distasteful.
Yes. Now, Jason, we're noticing that the young men, it's kind of different. We will talk somewhat of a code, but the older gentlemen, the younger gentlemen are creating their own code to an extent. What do you think? What does it look like for the older guys that's out here tricking their money, that's out here undermining the young men on these apps and everything else? What does it look like for an older gentleman to be on code?
It doesn't look any different from a younger fellow who's on code.
Okay.
Being on code is timeless and ageless. So the real thing is when you start showing, look, it's a power dynamic. The reason that men should not pay for prostitutes I said this years ago when Kevin was trying to talk about that, and I'm like trying to make that seem like that was sensible. No, it's not, because you are the submissive in this power dynamic.
Yes, the trick.
Because the issue is that prostitute, there's a dude who's sleeping with her and ain't paying nothing.
Not a dime.
So she is the dominant in this relationship. When a man accepts a situation of dominance, now where a female is dominant over you, that tells me about your character as a person. Don't come up to me telling you alpha on anything. I just saw that broad sit up here and put a saddle on your back and ride you around. Don't try to tell me any of that. You submitted to her. Yes. Willingly. When a man parts with money with a woman, that's supposed to signify this woman is under your authority.
You need to make that point so clear.
I thought niggas already got that, but clearly they don't. No, when a man parts with money with a woman, that's supposed to signify that she's under your authority. A prostitute is not under your authority.
God, Jason, they don't understand that. Jason, that is a broadcast in itself, right there.
Yeah,
because I've never seen someone articulate it like that. Thank you.
I mean, like I said, I said that first part for years, but I mean, the bottom line is, she's dominant, but also a woman is supposed to be under your authority. That's why all this freestyling can happen. And if you're a man who accepts it, then by definition, you've submitted to her in the worst way. I can't even really submit. You've surrendered. You have no standards, just whatever she'll dish off the table at you. At that point now, I don't feel like she's under your authority. I feel like you're under hers.
All right. So if a man is giving resources to a woman and she's not submitting to his authority, he's actually submitting to her. That's what you're saying?
That goes for your girlfriend, your wife, your daughter, your niece. I mean, if it has a pair of ovaries, that's what that's supposed to be. Because we don't operate with men financially in that way. With men, it's for goods and services.
Yes.
For women, back to that allegiance thing. And money is how we provide protection and provision for a female. If she's not under your authority, how the hell is she under your protection and provision? What are you doing?
Teach, Jason. Teach.
What are you actually doing? And what you're actually doing is leading with your wallet. You're overpaying. But if you're overpaying and you know it, you're submitting. And what I'm saying is how you do one thing is how you do all things. You're a submissive male. Don't tell me about your job. Don't tell me about anything else. You're a submissive male. And that's the way you live your life. Well, I'm not going to put my life in the hands of a submissive.
Never.
You can't be counted on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, never reward a woman you're dealing with. Jason is so right. Never reward your daughter, especially your daughter, because you're teaching her the wrong thing. It ain't just mothers that misinform children. It's the father. You are teaching her the wrong thing that she can get what she wants without submitting to a man. My daddy this, my daddy didn't tell me that. You remember what they used to say? My old daddy didn't tell me what to do. You remember the things the women used to say back in the day? Now, Jason, the women you were describing dealing with these dating apps, it's kind of confusing to me because they're women. Or some of the characteristics sound like an incel. Is it possible for a woman to be a female incel?
Yeah, we call them femcells.
Oh, they got a name for it, femcells.
Yeah, we call them femcells. Yeah, so there's plenty of femcells out here. I mean, that's basically feminists. So any female spouting feminism, because by definition, she needs men, but she hates men.
So would Ebony K. Williams be considered a femcell?
Absolutely.
Now, I'm about to go deep with it. What about Tony Braxton? What about, no,
Vivica Fox would be a femcell. Tony Braxton is not a femcell. Tony Braxton is just a failure.
What's the difference? Because she's not a feminist. She just made bad decisions when it comes to men or just life in general.
When a female dabbles with hoe tendencies, and just understand, when you dance with the devil, he always leads. And you have a bunch of females out here who've tried to dance with the devil, And they told themselves, well, eventually I'll get off this roller coaster later. What happened to Toni Braxton was Toni Braxton woke up one morning and she was over the age of 35. And Kenneth Edmonds was married to somebody else in L.A. Reid, and nobody was checking for her. Right. All she had were a bunch of male fans, to the extent she had male fans, because we've appreciated Toni Braxton. But by the way, I challenge any of you to show me a Toni Braxton song in your playlist on your phone. All right, thank you. In any case, yeah, y'all like looking at Toni Braxton, but you don't like giving her money. You appreciate her talent, but you ain't really fans. And the ones who are fans aren't going to commit to her, and the few who would commit are not going to give her what she actually wants. When she hooked up with Birdman, that shows you what she actually wants. I need a fellow who can help finance my outrageous lifestyle. And ultimately couldn't get that. So the issue there is Toni Braxton aged out. She was getting high on her own supply. She comes from a family of narcissistic females. Y'all have seen it on TV. Yeah. And what I'm saying, the problem with narcissism is you can't see when you're a goner. So when she crossed that threshold over the age of 35 and then 38, then slammed over 40, baby, ain't nobody taking you off the market. And then you're filing bankruptcies. You're too much trouble. You're too expensive. You're too much trouble. If you were still in your prime, there might be a fella out there stupid enough to extend himself for you. Once you're heading towards 40, there's nobody looking to go gain $20 million so he can spend $1 million a year on you to patch together the garbage you bring. There's no man looking to do that. That's what happened to Toni Braxton. And so she said, well, screw you. I'll go to Vegas and get a residency, which she did, and I'll pay my bills to the extent she could. Okay, but do you realize that act of rebellion is now separating you from having anybody who'll step in now? So he ain't checking for you, and you're in Vegas doing the residency, which means you're not checking for him. Now you're going on 60.
Wow. I didn't realize Toni Braxton a little older than me. Man.
She got it, honestly.
Oh, yeah. Because she said, I'm surprised when she said it, but she said she wished she would have had a whole face when she was younger.
She did. She did. They just never get over it and stuff. Remember, there's the men they count and then the ones they don't. So she's only counting the ones y'all can document after she got a record deal. She's like, okay, the ones before that don't count. No, old hoes were young hoes. Let's stop the garbage. They don't become old hoes. Old hoes were young hoes.
She mentioned that one abortion, but you know they usually several of them. Now, I want to be clear on this terminology and help me out. What is the difference between female seduction and female deception? Now, is seduction is something that you use in your vocabulary when it comes to women? Is that a negative thing?
I mean, seduction doesn't require deception.
A lot of women don't get that, though, Jason.
No, they do get it. It's just, okay, they use the tool that works.
If we can get him to open that wallet, it don't matter, huh?
Yeah, women. The reason why women are turning around and showing their asses on Facebook and Instagram and everything else is because it works.
Yes.
They're using what is effective. The reason why every single female in here has told herself that she can become a prostitute or do porn is because it works. So they're not latching on to it by guessing. They see the reaction. They see how men have responded. So they're using a tool that works. And if getting you to lower your guard works, they're going to use the tool that works.
But Jason, they're not thinking about the long term, the effects it's going to have on them getting a solid man, period. They're just concerned about their immediate situation.
No, females are concerned about thrill riding, joy riding, thrill seeking. They'll tell you they were young and naive or stupid. No, you weren't. You're joy riding. And as long as that thing feels good and they can keep it up, they will keep doing it. And if you're really unfortunate, you'll be a Toni Braxton where people keep feeding you that until you're no longer viable and you didn't notice you were. Women do not believe men until we stop calling.
You said that.
They don't believe anything we're saying. So all the warnings you and I give, it goes in one ear and out the other. They will not believe it until the men stop calling. Problem. Once the men stop calling, it's already too late.
Yes.
Now you're going to have to resort to survival sex and desperation tactics. And every female tells us, this is the other problem, is that every female believes that she has a pull ripcord in case of emergency. Every female thinks she has a break glass in case of emergency. This is why females keep orbiters.
Okay, that's the break.
You were when I was in my prime, you were never good enough for me to call down. But you've had allegiance to me, and you're reliable. So I'm going to keep you orbiting in the event that I can't get the one I really want to land. But well, he didn't land. Okay, panic time, break glass. Come here, simp nigga. And then all of a sudden she's treating you, or trying to make you believe she's treating you the way she did the guy she really wants. Because you have proven to be reliable. Yeah. But she didn't want to give you her allegiance. She gave the allegiance to the one she really wanted. She knows that that's what you've always been desperate for and always been dying for. So women know, okay, if you really want the guy, turn on the allegiance now. Okay, he's the only option we got left. Turn on that allegiance now.
Yes.
Make him believe that's what it is. Before you were treating him like he was reliable. Now you're trying to treat him like you have allegiance to him. Jason, and if he's desperate enough and been starving enough, then he'll go for it.
Yes.
He will ignore all those years that he saw the real you. And now that he's got his turn, now he's going to ignore all that. At least that's what they're hoping for.
And people like Steve Harvey they don't make it any better, because these women use him as a mascot. See, there are men. Look at Ciara's husband. You know, they look at these things and they sit there, and I don't know if they're delusional. I don't know what they are. But they're actually in a situation where I guess we men, we can't see it, because they look at it, as long as I have an orbiter, as long as a man is desiring me. So what is a woman's what's the word I want to use? What makes her viable? Is it the attention? Is it being able to monkey branch? What gives a woman confidence that I'm viable, and she has limited appeal among the men, but she believes she's viable?
No, women believe it when they get positive feedback. That's the reason why they post pictures of themselves on Facebook and Instagram and start counting the likes.
Oh.
Likes are a currency to them, because that to them is concrete confirmation that they are still viable. That the man that they are with is not the only one who desires them. And women make the assumption that if men are desiring to sleep with me, then they're also offering something. I can finesse something else. Well, when you were in your 20s, that was a given. You could get sex and resources, sex and benefits, sex and commitment. As you've gotten older, you're now no longer realizing, no, the deal is just sex now. Nobody's really hurting themselves to extend those extra benefits anymore. But she's still operating on the old program. If they want to sleep with me, then I can leverage that for commitment and all the rest of that. And here's the problem: as a woman gets older, she needs that to be true. It can't just be a fantasy anymore. She needs it to be true now. So what do you do when you no longer have that as an option, but you need it to be real? Well, you're going to keep walking in that direction.
Okay, my last question, Jason. How are some young women able to they have the things together and they can get male attention, but they still can remain focused and resist that tendency to be feed on attention so much and say, no, I'm looking for a producer? What do you think? What quality do they possess that most women don't possess?
I mean, those are things they catch young. You're either going to get it by your training or by your experience, but it doesn't really sink in until you have the experience. That's the reason why when a female gets older, when you're her bailout, that's the most dangerous position to be in, because by definition, you're not what she actually wants. And if you are not what she actually wants, then she is holding her options open. Her goal is to get you into a situation where you can't back out. That's why as you get older, they keep trying to ring us with a kid or a marriage. Now they're going beyond that. Now they're going kids, marriages, lawsuits. Shout out Kanye West. Their whole goal is, okay, you men, as we get older, we're not as gullible anymore, although some are. And what they then concentrate on is, okay, how can I get you in a position? How can I maneuver you into a corner where you can't back out anymore?
Okay. Thank you, Jason.
Whether you really want me or not is irrelevant. I need to make sure that I've locked you down whether you really want me or not. So that's why she's okay with not really wanting you. She's like, that doesn't matter. As long as I can get you in a position, whether you want me or not, as long as I can get you there, I'm good. And that's what it becomes.
That sounds like a power play, like a combat. What do they see you as, an adversary, or they see you as a mark?
Your desires are adversarial.
Okay.
You are a useful tool with a utility, and you could be an asset, but your desires are a liability. So what we need to do is get you to be an asset and neutralize your liability. So if I can get you with a kid or a marriage or hopefully both, it doesn't matter what you feel about her anymore.
Because she got you locked in. She got you stretched over a barrel.
And that's the reason why men marry women, and then she starts blowing up and gaining weight and all the stuff she was doing before. All that goes by the wayside because she's like, you know what? I don't have to do that anymore. It doesn't matter if you're happy with me anymore. You are obligated, whether you're happy or not. And that, to most females today, that's the ideal situation to be in, where he's 100% obligated to you and you're 0% obligated to him.
They all do it, Jason. At some point, you had it happen to you dealing with women you've been in a relationship with. They all, at some point, they're going to be trying to cash in their chips, or they saying, hey, I know what I said, but I want this. I want more now. Do you just deal with it? Are you a straight up cut off right then? Or you make it a process? When they saying, hey, no, I expect this here. These are my expectations now.
I mean, look, everybody knows what they're getting into, and at some point here, I've gotten to a point in my life where I understand sometimes they're going to flip bad on you.
Yeah,
hell, half the time they're going to flip bad on you. So it's just being an adult about it, and I don't even think in those terms anymore. Okay. I think a man today is just plain old stupid if he only has one female option. The females don't have just one. They got back pockets, orbiters. Any guy who walks by, she tells herself, well, if worse comes to worse, I can get him to step in and do something, even if he can't do it at the level that you do. So what I'm saying is they're always holding out an option in that regard. I think men today are just stupid if they just have one.
I agree.
Her job is to convince you that she's your best option. I think a man is stupid or his value is low that he has to argue that. That's your job, is to have your value to the point where it's self-evident. Oh, I don't have to have just one. Now, if you want to beat out the competition, you're going to have to earn that.
Got to earn their stripes.
I think that to me is the single biggest mistake that most men make today. But to get into that position, you have to be a man who fixes things and refines yourself and increases that value. You can't be a guy who's sitting up there whining about it. The biggest issue that I have with fellas today, when I talk to them, you heard it last week with the sad sack. No offense, Jay in London, but the problem there is that when you have not made a decision that I'm not going to deal with females unless I'm dealing from a position of power, which means I got to have leverage. Okay, there's only one type of leverage of anything. Do you have what the other party wants? Now, if you have not gone to work to acquire and establish that, you have no leverage. You're just a whiner with desires. And nobody wants that. Your job is to be what she wants. Your job is to show her, hey, what you want, over here. And all it will cost you is what I want. I am the shortest distance between you, young lady, and what you desire. And the only thing it will cost you is giving me what I want.
Jason, have you ever had this happen? Have two women and they're trying to get that number one spot, and both of them are on point. What's usually the tiebreaker, or do you have a tiebreaker?
No, I don't. I mean, number one, that's a relative term. Okay. That really, really is. Number one at what?
like you say, women have different purposes. You're right.
You're number one at what? You know, so like I say, it's one of those things right there. Look, I mean, other fellas might do things differently. That's up to them. They can have whatever kind of situation they want to. I am ultra competitive. I am very competitive. I'm very ultra competitive here. And I think that every man benefits from having that. Here's the crazy thing. Prince, when I was in my early 20s, dudes who were your age were telling me back then that I had it all together and they wish they could be in the situation I was in. Here I am 30 years later and I'm still living it. And what I'm saying is that, by the way, I've never regretted that. The fellas, as they're getting older, they're all still saying the same thing. Wow, to be young and single, at least in my case, they're barely young. But if you're single and you've got all these options and whatnot, and folks ain't telling you what to do, and you're being you're in this damn battle royal with some female who's trying to outmaneuver you, and she's got kids with you in a marriage for the purposes of taking away your options, and now all of a sudden she's reneged on things, and that's universally what you tend to see. Yes. So my whole thing is, you don't do yourself any favors as a man by convincing a woman that she's comfortable. You don't do yourself any favors by pedestalizing females. Females don't pedestalize men. I've told you all that for years and years. They don't pedestalize us. Your job is to be her best option. Jason, best option for what? Take a look at where she's been, take a look where she's had, and all you have to do is exceed that. That's your job, is assuming, of course, she is worth that type of effort. If she's worth what you've built and what you've done and whatnot, that's your obligation there. That's that reliability. But by the same token, you must be a man who's got the value and the ability to be able to demand allegiance.
Now that's real talk.
But you have to also understand allegiance comes with a cost.
Yes.
Well, Jason, what is the cost of allegiance? Don't be surprised if they don't take it very well if you tell them they can chip off. Don't be surprised if they take it very badly, because what you are demanding is that they be invested in you like you're invested in them. The only thing is, what they're going to invest is going to be something different, but you're requiring that. And the real thing is, when a woman's been with the best she's had, she's not going to want to give that up. That's why when the guys talking all that garbage they were saying last week and stuff like this, they talking about divorce and they never been married. And I'm just like, yeah, but you're talking about that because you've never actually been desired either. So you don't believe you can hold on to a female, because you never have. You've never had a female who says, yeah, you're what I want. Well, yeah, of course you haven't. The moment you open your mouth, you're not what any female wants. You're what they'll take you if ain't nothing else happening, but they don't. Hell, she got no working arms or working legs and still doesn't want you. Well, yeah, there's nothing to want. Women sit up here and tell you things, and that's why I can sit here and tell all of you this here right now, and I don't have any problems regardless. Females appreciate the fact that I am brutally honest. I am brutally frank. I say everything I'm saying in public. I will not lie to you. You know why? Because they're used to the average male being so damn dog-ass desert desperate that he will look her in her face and lie to her. I'm not going to do that. This is what the deal is. You can take it or leave it. It's perfectly fine. Nobody's here to beg you for anything. This is what it is. But by the way, I didn't lie to you. This is what it is. This is what it's going to be. I'm a grown ass man. I'm not going to sit up here and go round and round in circles with you. If I tell you that this is what the deal is, this is what it is. I'm going to stand by what I've said, and that's it right there. No fuss, no muss, no game playing. That's playing games right there when you have to worry about that. The average fella has made it very clear to females today that he will do anything for sexual access, including lie to her face, which is why women have to put you through crap tests to figure out if you're really real.
Exactly.
Or if you're simply pretending to be something that you're not, like the other 20 dudes who ran through her.
Right.
So as women get older, they start becoming more demanding because now they have to become more testing to make sure that you're not yet another imposter.
Exactly.
And remember, females feel their way through things, not think their way through things. So that's why it takes so many cracks at bat before they finally figure it all out, because their way of dealing with the world is to feel through it. And this is a situation where you need to think through it. You need to analyze the evidence and the data. They instead feel their way through it, which means they have to learn through hard knocks and experiences.
Okay.
As opposed to analyzing the last experience and gauging behaviors and avoiding the behaviors, she's instead trying to avoid feelings.
Okay, so
and if
they
a
don't-
new guy is an imposter and can make her feel different, then she starts the cycle all over again because he's changed the feeling. She's not analyzing the behaviors.
They reflect on past relationships in a different way. They debrief themselves in a different way. Okay, that makes sense emotionally. So they may not look. Remember, you had a saying, Jason, where you said, "What would you ask women?" It was a powerful thing, and all of them got stunned. What would your last two boyfriends say about you, or why they broke up with you? What were their issues with you? That was a powerful one.
Well, the thing is, introspection is painful.
For all of us.
Looking at yourself and saying, what did I do wrong, is painful. Okay, and females approach things through their emotions. So the first thing she's trying to avoid is emotional discomfort. So by definition, they are avoidant of examining themselves.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to accept that, oh, this is going to hurt. What if I'm the problem? What if I'm always the problem? What if the problem isn't him? What if he's responding to a messed up, screwed up me? Now, what? Then I got to swallow that. No, I don't have to. I'm not the, it's the man that's screwed up. So what I'm saying is introspection is painful. And if you're dealing with an organism that is feeling their way through things, well, this is going to be very painful for them. Even for things that you and I as men would consider to be very simple, for her, it's excruciating.
Wow.
Even for something that you and I would consider trivial, for her, it's cataclysmic. Anybody who's raised a teenage daughter or been around a teenage daughter has seen that firsthand. So even things that you've seen that are really trivial, if she has to accept being wrong, first thing she starts doing is crying and boo-hooing because she has a lot of personal investment wrapped up in that, and having to face that is a horribly difficult thing for her.
And that's why it's so important for the men. You got to be in your daughter's lives, man, because they need you there. So when you're able to tell them no, that means something. So let me tell you something, Jason. You made a clear point. Never have a problem with no woman talking about lie to her. If you got to lie to a woman to get anything, no, you be straight with them. Now, but like we talk to each other straight, Jason, a woman, many times, if you're straight with them, they say, why are you being so harsh with your language? No, just being straight with my language. Because if I sit here and I start lying to you, then you'll be mad. I never had no problem with a woman talking about you deceived me. You told me this, but it was that. No, straightforward with it. And I'm an interesting point, Jason. I'm gonna tell you, I've had at least 6 men. I've been living out here for 20 years in my neighborhood. I've had 6 married men come up to me since I broke up my ex and moved them out. They talking about I wish I was in your position. I'm like, you married and got a wife. What are you talking about?
Yeah, in reality, these guys allowed what they told themselves is, I mean, the truth of the matter is that most men today, they're not married because they want to be married. They're pathological liars, and the women know it that they're married too. That she got him locked down now. The only reason he got married was because he's a bit of a sad sack, and he just wants reliable sexual access. And he figured that marriage would guarantee that. Okay, well, I ain't got to be out here in the streets no more and deal with that. I don't have to. Most of them were lames in the streets and were struggling to get a female then. So he sees getting married as a way of cashing out. Okay, it was hard as hell to get this one. If I marry her, okay, we have an understanding. I ain't got to worry about sex no more. And in exchange for that, I will let her over leverage and over mortgage my whole damn life. And that's how much it means to most men. They're not accustomed to being desired. They're not accustomed to a female doing that. They're accustomed to working 5 times as hard to get the same thing that the fella she just gave it to had there before. When we try to talk to them about introspection, they start fighting us. And then they show you why it is that he got in the position that he's in today. I don't have anything against marriage for people who want to go ahead and do that. What I'm saying is that most people are abusing it. You have men who are getting married for all the wrong reasons and women who are demanding marriage for all the wrong reasons. And by definition, you're going to end up, this is why over half your marriages end in divorce. You have 2 people who are here under false pretenses. That's the reason. The great thing about me being in my position is I ain't gonna lie to you.
Right.
Okay, but here's the flip side. I don't have to tolerate you lying to me either.
That work both ways.
Now, there's a husband got to tolerate his wife lying to him. He got to sit up here and fool with that and figure out how he going to maneuver that. I don't have to do that. I can literally just hang up the phone in your face, block your number, and never be worried with you again. I can literally do that. There's no ring. There's no kids. I've got the freedom where if you do flip bad, by the way, I can present your worst nightmare. I can flip a switch and you're gone. You disappear. All the married dudes wish they could flip that damn switch. They wish they could. And you and I as men, we understand there's about 10% of men out there who are quote unquote happily married. The other 90% are either limping their way through marriage or limping their way to divorce. And that's where they are because they are sexual scavengers. And that's really as far as it can go. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here, Prince. Nothing against it there. Like I say, do what you do, but don't try to oversell it to me. Just admit that you're kind of desperate there. Certainly, if you're going to have children, I think marriage is a necessity if you're going to have children. Although the way that marriage is conducted in the United States is obviously very, very discouraging since it's been weaponized against men. And who wants to get into marriage when they're telling you through the courts, by the way, we're weaponizing this to give everybody power in the relationship except you. So that's not a very inviting proposition. That's why I advise men to enter into these things slowly. Take your time. Don't let anybody rush you. If somebody is rushing you to the altar, it's because they run the game. All right, one last review here of our poll. One last review of the poll here tonight. Why are men giving up on dating apps? The most popular answer, 48%. They don't like women's attitudes. Second most popular answer, 33%. They're unhappy with how men are treated. 11%, the apps are too expensive. Wonder what them guys been doing. And the least one was that they don't like women's looks. Do you all realize that? The answer that you would have thought would have been number one, well, the women are not attractive enough, that was actually the least of men's concerns. They were more concerned about how much the apps cost than how the women look. Now, I'm not going to accuse anybody in here of being a caretaker to disabled people, but what I will say is, by the way, over 3,000 votes. And the thing that men were least concerned about or least had the least problem on the dating apps, no, it's not that y'all are not pretty enough, or it's not that your looks are the problem. It's everything else. Things that have nothing to do with how you look. Nothing to do with they just want the white girls or the big booty girls. Nothing to do with that. How are you in that situation and still losing? Think about that for a few moments. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. The things you'll be hearing on their channels next week or next month, you heard it here tonight. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell to join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every weekend, 12 noon Central Time. You're welcome to join us there as well. I want to thank everyone who has joined us for tonight's program. This has been one for the books. I don't know which particular books we going into, but boy, this has been one for it here. I promise you, this is reality radio. You have never heard anything like what you heard tonight. You're welcome. Also, for those of you who will be having nightmares later tonight, unsettled dreams, you're welcome for that too. Don't hate me. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.